Welcome everybody to Tuesday night. I'm your host, MC Toon, and it is Tuesday. And I've been traveling for 2 weeks, traveling in my conveyance, or driving my car, and got back yesterday. And looking forward to this live stream. I was gonna have, if you're wondering what happened, I was gonna do a debate with David Beverly, former NASA employee. But that got delayed again. Might happen this coming Friday. We'll see. But I have with me in the house. Are you ready? That he's oh yeah, you. Yeah, kid. Yeah. Put yourself half on the screen. There you go, all the way on the screen. Microphone ready. Like a pro.
You don't want to see my my shorts? All right, hold on.
Your shorts.
I was aiming downwards at my crotch.
So yeah. Crotchless would be preferred.
Yeah, that's a different audience, maybe. All right. Microphone on there.
There we go.
Should have done this before I clicked go.
That's all good.
Minor detail. All right.
I see you're from is that Artemis you're on tonight?
On Artemis, yes.
Awesome. Well, good. I'm glad you could be there.
Thank you.
I see Spin says mullet or GTFO. I think he's talking to you. He wants you to have a mullet again, like you did in middle school.
Well, does he want my mullet or does he want this mullet?
That mullet. Yeah, let's do that mullet. Your green screen. You don't have a green screen, so it cuts out things funny, you know.
I know.
It's all right. There we go. That's it.
Let's see. This is gonna get itchy real fast.
Is that how you looked in middle school?
No, I was a real Guido. I had a real short hair and always wore a wife beater. But I'm thinking I'd miss my opportunity.
Yeah, you could have rocked the mullet. I mean, I did. I'll rock the mullet. Yeah,
you did.
I did.
I believe that. Yep. Well, they're coming back. I wish I could do it. To be honest with you,
they're not coming back. I don't know. They're not that cool. All right. Anyway, we are here. No, we are here to discuss, to review the debate you had. It was 2 weeks ago now. With was it 2 weeks ago?
I think so.
Yeah, with Witsit, and I got right away. People inundated me. They're like, "Did you see that angular resolution garbage that Witsit did?" I'm like, "Yep."
Oh yeah.
I saw that. I went through all of it.
Oh, good, because I went through it. I don't know if you saw my videos, but yeah, it's amazing what falls apart once you just look at it, right?
Yeah, once you do the math.
Yes, which is why I kept asking him to go show me where he got the equation from, but he just kept repeating himself.
He has no idea. He can't do math.
No, I know that.
Cannot do math. But I need to, before I get going, I need to get myself a tab going. There we go. Okay, so I've got the debate queued up, but I have a few super chats I should cover first.
Yeah.
All right. Icy Spin says, dust off that flat Earth cam on your trip. I did. I used the P1000, and I did some observations, and somehow the bottom of objects were missing across water. I don't know how that happens. Weird. That's
the angular resolution of your eye limits. I heard that somewhere.
Which has nothing to do with the angular resolution limit of a camera. They're very, very different. Yet the exact same amount is obstructed. How is that? I also went to, have you seen the video of where they're walking across a football field and then they get 100 yards away and you can't see the bottom half of the guy?
Yes.
So 300 yards, missing 3 feet. So if that's the case, I mean, there's an awful lot of stuff that's going to be missing at a mile. But
Oh
yet
yeah.
there's nothing missing at a mile. I don't know how that works. Anyway, I went to that very football field.
The exact one.
The exact one
Wow.
it's in Macomb, Mississippi. I went there a week ago Sunday, and it's let's see.
I mean, you take the weirdest trips, but that's pretty cool. Where are you going this break? I'm going to this flat earth football field.
Well, it's not a flat earth football field. It's just a regular old football field. It's I'm trying to remember the name. You're gonna love the name of the football field. Not as much
God.
as Industrial Nerd will love it, but let's see.
Keeping me in suspense here.
Yeah, well, there it is. There it is. What's it called? I didn't get a picture of the oh geez. I didn't get a picture of it. It's people are guessing because I gave it away when I mentioned Industrial Nerd. There, CC Moore Stadium. Like CC from Westchester County.
CC.
Yeah.
CC. How ironic.
The CC Moore Stadium. Anyway, I went there. I had my kid walk across. I replicated the exact same experiment, and what do you know? His bottom was obstructed when he squatted down. He was totally blocked. But then I went to the side.
No, don't do that.
And yeah, you can see the curve. You can see the curve. It's
Wait a minute.
Pretty.
Are you trying to tell me right now that football fields have an angular or a curved shape to them? Maybe for, like, I don't know, like drainage or something.
Yep.
Maybe.
Yep.
Is that what you're telling me?
I am.
No way.
And there's a question about whether or not it's curved the long way, right, end to end versus side to side.
Right.
And I don't know about other fields, but I know about this field. So I'll be covering that. I haven't looked in detail on all the stuff. I spent a while there. I had to jump a fence. I cut my leg. It's still a bit infected, but I'll make it. Anything for science.
Where are these pics at? You're gonna make a thing out of them?
I will. Yeah. We got home. So yesterday morning I woke up in Texas, and last night I went to bed in Minnesota. Drove. So you do. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
And also, so it was near Marietta, Texas. People go look where Marietta, Texas is. And then I drove up to Sulphur Bluff, Texas, and Bogota, Texas, which where the eclipse is going through, to scout some locations there. So I got some spots that might work to watch the eclipse that are directly underneath the line of totality.
Oh, that's going to be awesome.
So turns out the town of Bogota is gonna rope off Main Street, and the whole street, they're gonna have vendors and everything there because it goes right over the town.
Oh, cool.
So
that's gonna be awesome to see. I wish I could go see that.
you can. You're welcome. You can come stay at where I'm staying. We got room. All right. String News
Someone's
1.
got to tell my wife.
Yep. Her and my wife can commiserate between each other, shaking their heads. I can't believe these flat earthers are so dead. They're so dumb. I can't believe seriously. He talks to them. He actually talks to them. They exist.
They exist. They exist, and you're blowing horns at them at 2 a.m.
You better pull your horn before it's 2 a.m. Okay. String News 1 says, thank Tuesday, it's Titicaca. No, wait. He got that backwards. Icy Spin said mullet or GTFO. Chris says it's Tuesday in the Temple of Tune. Thank you, Chris. Slithery says, whoop, once around the sun, baby. FTFE says Tuesday is the best day, but sorry, I just killed Flat Earth. I was busy, I couldn't watch, but he debated SSUM David Kane, and he's on Twitter or X or Twix, and he's so dumb. He tried. I mean, it's redundant, but
You didn't have to say that.
he tried to a while ago to talk about pressure and about just all this nonsense about pressure. He's talking about that the pressure here is negative something billions of torr or something pressure. Like, he has no concept of it, but he's going to inform us of how to do science. Anyway.
Oh, he thinks like 10 to the negative 16 is a giant negative number.
Yes. Yeah.
Like that kind of dumb.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Those are fantastic.
Platonic Cuddler said, it's true. FTFE murdered the Flat Earth today. The cops are looking for him. Please send him thoughts and prayers, as the court case will be brutal. Let's see. Otto says, this is for your cat. Let's see the kitty.
Oh, he's a little. Let's do this. Let's try this. Do it down a little bit. Get some kitty in the action here. There he is.
There you go. Right in front of the microphone there. Just
Well, wants to
there.
see you. You're just shy. Oh my God, your butt stinks. Did you fart?
No, I didn't. But I had a little Indian yesterday.
Oh, so it's coming.
Yep. No, it's done. 2
Already
hours
came.
later. We're driving, and I'm like, it's time.
Well, I'm sorry, but who has Indian while you're driving?
That was a bad move. But I seriously, I walked into a gas station, right? It was a nice one, and it's got a cafe over on the side. And I walk in, and I'm smelling, I'm like, that's Indian food. And I look over. It's a regular Indian restaurant place. It was. And then some guy, the guy, I don't know, he's working there. He's wearing the turban. He's from the Punjab. I'm like, Sasi Galji? I didn't say that. I think they probably think I'm weird if I say that. I say it to my friends.
Well,
anyway.
weird, but you ate Indian from a gas station.
Oh, it was so good.
I mean, like, I don't blame you. I would have done it too, but I've gotten some halal from some gas stations before, but not my proudest moments.
I got paneer naan and some paneer pakora, and then I say, can you just get me the dip from the Makhni chicken? Just that. He's
Just
like,
that.
okay. That's butter chicken, they usually call it.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep. So,
Nothing's better. And the naan, dip it right in there.
Yep. And then, 2 hours later, we're at the next stop. I'm like, there we go. Your pal Al says flirts don't know trig, but they know how to get triggered. Professor Parks, PhD, says, I'm going to go to the Indy Motor Speedway for the eclipse. The eclipse proves flat Earth, don't you know? Apparently.
Heard that once or twice.
I can't believe them. Anyway, Glover Mom says, my weekly alms for the Temple of Toon on Lake Titicaca on Tuesday. Kalima.
Shock the day.
And then, all right, last one for now. Icy Spin says, Dave surprised everyone with the near-perfect steel man of the Cavendish experiment. It was truly remarkable. You missed a good one. Oh, look at that. You know who's in the house? Bedazzle's in the house.
Bedazzle. Where's he at?
Just sent a $2 super chat. Thanks, Bedazzle.
Oh, there he is.
Thank you. All right. What were your thoughts on before I pull it up? What were your thoughts on the debate with Witsit there?
Hold on. Sorry. He definitely did something naughty on me.
The cat?
Oh yeah. Not naughty, but I think his little might have had some anal gland leakage. You ever have that?
No.
No?
No.
Oh man, I had a cat once years ago. I was petting him like this. He was on my desk and I just went down his back. You know how you do that? Like just down his back towards his tail. And when I got to his tail, I must have it's like squeezing a ripe tomato. And just like it went out the back. Fucking I had to throw my keyboard out. It was done. I was like, I'm not even trying to clean this.
Serious.
Yeah, it's that anal leakage smell. It's
That's
going to be with me all night.
I,
Sorry, I'm derailing this.
I'm so glad this is not smell-o-vision.
Not a smell I would wish on my worst. And actually, that's not true. Flat Earthers, I hope you all smell that all for eternity. All right. So my thoughts on it.
Yeah.
Classic Witsit. Lots of trying to make excuses by word salad, means of word salad, which he doesn't call word salad, which okay, it's word salad.
I
They might
love
be they
I,
might be real words, but they're not used in the proper context of anything we're talking about.
I love how offended he gets when you tell him that he's just word salading. Um,
Oh, you get it triggered him instantly.
because I mean, not all of it is right. If he's saying something that actually makes sense, okay, but it's wrong. That's different. But when he just says, you know, it's just a pure inertial, uh, and then it goes down to zero inertial, and then it charges back up,
Yeah, it
and
charges
then
back up.
there's the centripetal convergence and the centrifugal divergence.
Mm-hmm. Once it hits its ethereal plane.
Yeah,
Yeah, don't forget that. So yeah, they're real words, but they're not used. They're used in nonsensical ways. So
yeah.
maybe that's technically not word salad, but it's close enough.
I,
But yes, that's all he did. He provided no flat Earth evidence as expected.
I
Um,
really enjoyed your pressing him on measurements, and he's like, that is a measurement, like, but it wasn't. Well, I don't want to
yeah,
spoil it. We'll get
yeah,
to that.
yeah,
We'll
yeah,
get to it.
yeah, yeah. Couldn't provide a measurement at all. Flat Earth. Why is
But
that? Why is a
but
flat Earther
he
never measured flat Earth?
but he thought he did. That's what's hilarious.
I, yeah, maybe he thought he did, or maybe he's just shooting out excuses because that's all he could do, right? I don't know, but
I'll take him
just
at the
saying,
words that he said. He thought
yeah,
he
that's true.
presented a measurement by saying
Mm-hmm.
planar surveyors assume a flat Earth,
Yes, that
and
is a
that's it.
measurement. Every surveyor measurement is a flat Earth measurement. Was his claim,
Yeah, and
right?
well, it was uh planar surveyors assume a flat Earth, therefore flat Earth. Geodetic surveyors assume a globe, therefore not globe.
Yes.
That's the inconsistency, the third law of Flerf right there.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that's exactly what he was saying.
Um, oh, I hunted down one of his quotes. For reference, I'm downloading the video right now. So,
Oh, cool.
um,
Yeah.
I
So,
I I downloaded it to a different computer, and so I'm pulling it to this one right now.
oh, all right. Yeah. Yeah. The second part of Classic Witsit was provide no sources until pressed, and then the sources he did provide weren't saying what he was trying to convey.
No, they never do.
Um, although he thought by just control, I guess we'll get into it. I don't want to give away all the
No,
secrets.
no, no. I'm there's 50 seconds left of the download, so yeah, keep going.
Oh, right. He's just saying, he control left the document to find the word interferometer and thought that proved that ring laser gyroscopes have been taken to multiple elevations and shown to have different precession rates.
Well,
Right.
they have been brought to different elevations
Oh yeah.
and not had what he thinks they had. Um, and was it? I think it was Toby and Alan that were in a show, and I mentioned to them this. I'm not going to give it away right now, but I'll just say that I had mentioned a specific measurement at elevation, and I said it did not have the result that you think it needed to have, and they're like, yes, it did. Since then, I reviewed it, and it did not. So I'll keep that one in my pocket for now.
Yeah, the paragraph Witsit reads here, and I don't know if you're going to play that part, but the paragraph he reads out of his citation, if you actually go to the citation and then go read that citation from the bottom,
Yeah.
it literally states they went to different altitudes and got negative results. Essentially, it was the same at every altitude. Like it literally directly refuted his claim And it's just amazing that flat earthers sit there and go, wow, he's amazing. He knocked that out of the park with his references. He had references, so therefore he wins. Doesn't matter if they're right.
No,
Yeah.
it's him and Nathan Thompson that are how I determined the first law of Flerf, that all their citations contradict them.
Yes.
Right, every single one. He's like, oh look, here's this professor that says this one sentence, therefore stationary. Like that's not representing this guy at all. You're making a liar out of him, or not making a liar. You're lying using his name.
Right. Yes. You're making him a liar out of context.
Yeah. All right. It's 18% converted. I had to download it. Now it's converting.
Jesus
Christ.
I
thought I had it downloaded already.
It's all right.
I was wrong.
It was like four or five painful hours. So
it was 4 hours. We're obviously not going to get through all of it.
No.
So I have a whole, an entire presentation with 16 slides on his
Do you really?
Okay. Angular resolution thing. So
all right.
I wrote a Python program to do all the
Oh, you went all out.
I did. Well, wow. I was sitting there in the camper and people are messaging me. Did you see this? Did you see this? And they're sending me links to everything. And I'm like, this was on the Flat Earth Society forums 5 years ago.
Yeah, you said that to me, but it's unbelievable. So he's just finding this out now, and this is his new thing.
Yeah. Well, it came from, I don't know if he fished it out or if it's from Shane St. Pierre, because Shane right now is
it's from Shane. He's
trying to like be the guy sitting there with all the citations, in the background, the puppet master.
Well, Witsit was citing Shane, so
yeah.
I don't know. And Shane seemed to, that's the only source I could find of it, was Shane on Twitter, like posting it. So
yeah. Well, it's from a video 5 years ago from Life is Short.
Oh, all right.
That's the video that introduced it, that I'm aware of. I don't know if it came before that or not, but it's pure nonsense.
Well, I didn't write Python programs for it, but I did. I did just like sit down and I was like, I can't believe I even like wasting time in my life doing this. And I sat down and I printed out his citations that he was showing on the screen for 2 seconds. And I'm like, all right, let's look at this. And it's so stupid. It's so stupid. And this is the kind of shit he gets away with because, nobody sits down and
they'll never look at his stuff.
No. And there's no time to sit there and look through every line of his stuff. Right.
Yeah. That's why when you ask him for citations, he's hesitant.
And that's his other trigger point, by the way. Huge trigger point.
Yeah.
Everyone says I don't give you them my citations. I always give my citations. Yeah. Okay.
Did he send them to you?
No. I had to take screenshots of the video and then backtrack to find them. And no, he did not send them. But he really wants to. He said he really wants to.
He said something the other day somewhere. I didn't see it enough. I was not watching a lot of stuff. Where he's complained and he had some excuse why he couldn't get it to you. Does he have your email address?
To me?
Yeah.
He can get me on TikTok.
Yeah.
I'm not a private figure. I follow him on TikTok. I think he follows me too. So he can easily contact me. But yeah, whatever. I don't have them. But I didn't go ask again afterwards in fairness because I found them myself. So
yeah. That's typically how it is. At least like Alan Space Audits, he's always happy to give his stuff. It doesn't help him, but it's still first law.
Yeah, at least be honest about it. Provide them.
Yeah, they like to have the Staten Miller thing that is the so supposed they claim that it proves the ether drift. Like, okay, well, I read Dayton Miller's publication, and Dayton Miller concluded that the entire solar system was moving 200-300 kilometers per second towards a position this in the south celestial sphere. I'm like, that doesn't really work for you, right? You're giving up flat Earth and giving up all of these things just to debunk ether or to debunk relativity. But your whole reason why you came into this is to go for flat Earth. So you have to give up flat Earth to get there. That doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work. But that's they don't believe the people that actually did the research and the studies and the experiments. They twist it, right? Like Michelson Morley, right?
Yeah,
that they use it for their own purposes.
They're like, oh, that's the first the second order measurements. I'm talking about the first order analysis. Okay.
Do they even know what that means?
I think so.
Or are they just parroting? I don't think they do.
I think Alan maybe gets what it is, but I'm like, okay, well, did you look at the first order measurements? No. Well, then how can you assume with no data that the first order measurements were correct, but the second order measurements or analysis was not? You didn't even look at it.
Yeah. Yeah. And there were several papers done in particular when I was reading about applying error analysis to Dayton Miller's work, which he didn't do, and just seeing its statistical anomalies. But they don't. Why would they read that?
No.
Why would they read that?
All right, it is done downloading. Apologies for the slowness. It starts at 8:53. I gotta jump forward to 8:53. And it's his, oh my gosh, it's so much nonsense. But all right. He puts up the timeline. The timeline. All right,
the timeline was great. Love the timeline. He was so bitter before the debate too, but we had like a pre-debate little quick meeting, and he was so like angry. It was so weird. The whole thing was weird.
He was angry coming into it.
Like he just seemed like he didn't care that he was even there, right? Too cool for the room.
He's too good. He's too good.
Yeah. And it was like the moderator, whatever his name, was like, all right, who wants to go first? I was like, whatever you want to do. You want to go first? He's like, yeah, whatever, man. Like, whatever. It's like, oh, dude, all right. Just starting off being a dick. Okay.
Well, that's him. You know. Okay. Crikey. I gotta add you to the screen. But there it is. There's the timeline. Let's listen a little bit.
Flat Earth. First 10 minutes is on the floor for you, Austin Witsit.
Well, yeah. So, I saw. Make sure Austin doesn't go off subject. My experience is that normally that happens the other way around, but
he never touched the subject of providing evidence for flat Earth, not once.
No, he didn't. And he's referencing me telling the moderator, because I wasn't supposed to debate Witsit, as I told you.
Yeah,
I was supposed to debate some.
It was a last minute swap in. It was going to be Kyle Adams.
Yeah, and I didn't find out till I went on to pull the thumbnail to post it on TikTok that it was Witsit's picture, and I'm like, it's 2:00. I'm supposed to be debating in 2 hours, and you just change it on me. So he's complaining because I guess they forwarded him an email that I sent. I was discussing. I was like, yeah, whatever, I'll do it. I don't care. I know Witsit's garbage. Like, I'm like, look, I'm going to expect you to keep him on topic. I'm like, I don't want him. And they must have forwarded him that email, which was pretty funny.
Assume everything that you send to Modern Day Debate will get sent to the other guy.
Yeah, I learned that too. I mean, it's not a secret. I don't care. I'll tell Austin to his face that he doesn't stay on topic on anything.
The little floating thing underneath his name is flat. It doesn't say, ignorant earther. He is, but it doesn't say ignorant earther. His position is the claim of flatness.
Yes. No, he doesn't really claim it. He doesn't claim anything.
No, he
He
doesn't
claims
have
it's
to.
geocentric, it's flat, it's not. I don't know what he claims.
All right, here we go.
Anyway, the subject is the Earth actually what we've been told, and that is the
No, the subject is you say the Earth is flat. What's it?
globe model. What always happens is people want to focus specifically on sphericity because they can't defend the vast majority of the model, but it's a model, it's a package deal. It says it's tilted, wobbling, spinning, and revolving around the sun as a sphere, and that it's also curving. So here's a quick deception.
Here's a question. What do you think he means when he says wobbling?
He well, if it's like every other flat earther, they think that the Earth wobbles like once a year, like as it spins around the Earth.
Yeah.
Like it's not that it's just tilted and goes around the Earth and wobbles once every 24,000 years, or whatever the precession rate is. They think it's constantly just wobbling like a top.
Yep.
Right. I mean, that's
that's what that Matt doofus thought. And I posted on TikTok too. So all right.
Timeline of how this kind of was born. The idea was born. And here's the government's involvement with a bunch of stuff. Purely coincidental.
He didn't establish any of it as evidence. He just asserts that it's the government involvement in covering it up. But you know,
and then it's a coincidence. Then that a coincidence proves something, I guess.
Apparently. But his audio is not working well right here. I don't know why. He had some audio.
Oh yeah, I forgot about this.
What is going on? That's better. So, okay. Jeez Louise. Anyway, so it's a package deal basically is the point. So here's a deception timeline. We don't have time to.
But if it's a package deal for the globe, it's a package deal for flat Earth, right? If the sun, if you can't explain how what time the sun's going to set tomorrow, the package deal goes away, Austin. You're the one packaging them.
Go through this, but you can take a screenshot. Pretty telling. All the intel agencies being founded right after we went and took a little trip to Antarctica. But it's just a coincidence, all of it's a coincidence. So heliocentrism has never been proven, and it is a religion. And I know that that's like a triggering word, but it's a belief system built upon the doctrine of men that requires faith and blind belief.
Oh, how many times does he have zero evidence for his position?
Oh, 100% of the time?
Yeah. He did not provide one time a measurement of flatness.
No.
Yet,
blind faith.
By the doctrine of men, other flat earthers, he believes it. The projection here, the projection in a narcissist is a protection mechanism, right?
Yes.
If he's already said it, then that removes a little bit of the ability for somebody else to make that accusation towards him.
Oh, fascinating, but yes.
And that's what this is, right? It doesn't require it be about a deity. So here is physicist George Ellis, one of the people that told the truth about this, which is I could create a spherically symmetrical universe with Earth center, and it would answer all cosmological data, right? But we choose the one that we believe in based on philosophy, but a lot of people try to hide that fact.
So, do you think that guy thinks the Earth is flat?
That doesn't matter.
It doesn't, yeah.
Just like quoting Einstein, right?
Yep.
Tries to use Einstein to prove his points, but only uses the parts he wants to use.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. And so that kind of brings us into the first part, which is the Earth actually moving. And the claim is that the Earth is spinning 1,037 miles per hour east of the equator. That's the tangential speed. You have the angular speed of 15 degrees per hour. And so it's a very specific motion claim, and that it's actually wobbling 3 to 4 different wobbles, depending on the source you look at. And of course, you can't even replicate something actually simultaneously moving 4 different wobbles. But
that there explains his lack of understanding of geometry.
Yeah. So they think, and I've heard that lately too. That's a new thing. Well, at least by me, is the multiple wobbles that they invoke. You have to come up with all these wobbles to answer why things happen. Well, okay, even if they do, that's why they happen.
Yeah.
Like you can't come up with anything to make anything work on flat Earth.
No.
Still waiting.
But this is the important thing. He doesn't understand how multiple wobbles can happen simultaneously.
Yes.
That's his lack of understanding. And we see the same thing in when they can't even understand that multiple forces can act on an object simultaneously.
Right.
It's a
Right.
simpler case than the wobble, right? You just sum the vectors. They don't even get the idea of summing the vectors, and they don't get the idea of summing the wobbles.
No, they don't. Well, I mean, you're asking a lot. I mean, you are
I
asking a lot.
Yeah, and
Like,
you have a fundamental lack of understanding of basic geometry, elementary school geometry coming into flat Earth, because the sun could never set. I mean, you can't get past the entry point of flat Earth without having a failure of understanding basic geometry.
basic geometry, failure to visualize anything in 3 dimensions is another one.
Yeah.
Right. Everything. They're confused about everything. Yeah. Let's hear more of this. This is
Whatever. So these
painful,
are the
sorry.
supposed motions, and we're tilted, wobbling, spinning.
And here's, they like to find out they always are looking for their favorite number.
Yeah.
Tilted, wobbling on a 66.6 degree axis. That's the wrong number. Arbitrarily subtracting from some other number. And then of course the speed they take not the average speed. They take a cherry pick speed.
The one that works. Yeah. Of course.
And then we're orbiting the sun 66,000 miles per hour while we fly through space. Here is someone writing a biography about Einstein. No physical experiment ever proved that the Earth is actually in motion.
Okay, I'm going to go back to that one because I looked it up. If you take that quote there, right there, you don't find it. You don't just find it anywhere. You find it on the Flat Earth Society website, tfes.org.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that quote was not only cherry picked, but doesn't even exist?
Oh, no. It does exist.
Okay.
I'll show in a second here. I gotta I have the citation. First I'll go to where it is on the Flat Earth Society. So have you ever heard flat earthers complain about the Flat Earth Society?
Oh yeah, it's paid opposition.
That's what they always say.
They
right?
despise Flat Earth Society.
But here it is, tfes.org. This is the one. This is the one I was on back 6 years ago, and you can look at the history of this particular one, mostly done by Tom Bishop. Tom Bishop is actually it's 100% by Tom Bishop. The wiki site on here is either Tom Bishop or Pete Savarier. There he is. There's Pete. October of 2022. So those two guys are the main people that edit the wiki. I had Pete Savarier on 5 years ago.
Really?
Yeah, just to chat. We had a nice talk. Anyway, so that is this is where you'll find it. If you look it up, you'll find that particular one. Let's see if I can. Right there.
Who's verifying all their entries into this wiki?
Pete and Tom are verifying it
themselves. Pete and Tom. If Pete's not doing it, Tom's doing it.
And neither are doing it actually. So all right, here it is, right here. This one right here. And so it's not that it's hard to find. I found this particular book, when I searched for it, and you're just a couple seconds away from seeing it up on the screen. It's not actually on page 50 or 70, whatever. What did he say?
That's not important.
It's not page 73, so it was a little difficult to find. So in order to find it, I actually had to download it and OCR it because the one that's on here doesn't have it's not OCR'd, and the OCR'd version isn't OCR'd. So I had to do it myself. Happy to do it for you people. So it's page 68 right here. And let's read the whole page here just so we really know. In the special theory of relativity, Einstein studied the phenomenon of motion and showed that there appears to be no fixed standard in the universe by which man can judge the absolute motion of the Earth or any other moving system. Motion can be detected only as a change of position with respect to another body. We know, for example, that the Earth is moving around the sun at the rate of 20 miles a second. So,
Oops.
they're not saying that we don't know it's moving.
Oops.
Obviously, he's saying that we know it's moving. Somehow, this information was obtained somehow. The changing seasons suggest this fact. He gave a small reference there. This is his point, isn't to prove it. I can do that later if we want. But until 400 years ago, men thought the shifting position of the sun in the sky revealed the sun's movement around the Earth. These were geocentrists. They thought the Earth was a globe and that the sun varied its orbit annually.
Right.
And on this assumption, ancient astronomers developed a perfectly practical system of celestial mechanics, which enabled them to predict with great accuracy all the major phenomena of the heavens. It didn't provide a mechanism why, right? It just it said, well, if they move like this, then we can predict it. All right. Their supposition was a natural one. This is their supposition coming up. For we can't feel our motion through space, nor has any physical experiment ever proved the Earth actually is in motion. There it is. That's the quote. That's the quote that Witsit referenced. This was talking about the people 400 years ago. Their supposition from 400 years ago.
Right.
This isn't Lincoln Barnett's statement about his position. This is his explanation of people 400 years ago. So it's a cherry pick lie, putting words into Lincoln's mouth that he did not say. They're attributing to him things that intention that he did not say. But yes, 400 years ago, their supposition was correct, and there had not been any experiment that proved the Earth actually in motion at that time. And though all other stars, galaxies, planets, moving systems in the universe are ceaselessly, restlessly changing position, their movements are observable only with respect to one another. Again, this is even them relativity, right? Galilean relativity, but it's still just relativity. So anyway,
that directly falls into gotta light a flurf.
Gotta light a flurf. Yeah.
Gotta light a flurf.
So let's see here.
Can't say I'm surprised.
No. All right. So up until 400 years ago, but here, this is in 1727. So this was how long ago?
A long time.
We're looking at that. Actually, Romer was the first one. I don't have the Romer stuff on this page yet, but Romer was in the 1600s. So yeah, 400 years prior. 400 years prior to when this book was written, 1957, I think. The second edition was 57, something like that. Well, let's see. Hold on. Yeah, 1957 was the second edition. So about 400 years prior, Romer had identified the motion of the Earth, and as they would say, it proved it. That's a bit of a terminology question, but anyway, there it is. Good job, Witsit. You lied.
I'm not really sure he cares.
No.
But yeah, he'll continue to use this even after he sees this.
Yeah, he will. All right. Thanks for that, Witsit.
But someone writing a biography about Einstein, no physical experiment ever proved that the Earth is actually in motion. Here's Einstein himself telling you that all terrestrial experiments were a negative result. That means.
And he's going to tell you what he wants you to believe terrestrial experiments mean. But he's wrong.
Any experiment on the Earth can't detect that the Earth is moving around the sun.
Any experiment limited to just the Earth is what's meaning by terrestrial there. Because Einstein mentioned two specific things. He mentioned aberration from 1727, and he mentioned Oh, I do have Romer. There's Romer, 1676. The annual Doppler shift. So Vogel and Schneier in 1887 is so those are the two things that Einstein mentions in this same book that he's quoting here.
He's quoting.
2 pages prior.
Yeah, that's amazing.
So that's what terrestrial experiment means, that you don't look outside the Earth. But you need to look outside the Earth because everything is relative. You can't internally sense motion.
No, how would you see the Earth's motion looking at the Earth?
You can't, yeah.
Right.
Now, if there was a fixed ether, then that would be potentially possible, and that's what Michelson-Morley was testing for. Anyway.
And if you believe in the current model, you have to believe that you can never actually measure, detect, or prove that it's moving around the sun.
That's a lie. And Einstein, 2 pages prior, mentioned he knows this. Witsit knows this. That's what's really sad.
What do you mean? He's perpetuating lies?
He's not just perpetuating lies, he knowingly perpetuates lies. Witsit knows that Einstein mentioned 2 specific things. So it can't be that Einstein is 2 pages later contradicting his previous statement. Right?
Well, yeah, but that's actually his claim, though, isn't it? That he's pointing out contradictions, but he has to twist the words to get those contradictions to work.
Yeah, I think Witsit has to assume here that Einstein is unknowingly contradicting himself.
Right, that's what he's doing.
That Witsit is so much smarter than Einstein. That Witsit sees Einstein's contradiction, and Einstein didn't. That's how smart Witsit thinks he is.
He knows what Einstein meant to say.
Yeah.
Not Einstein. Yes.
Yep.
As I said in one of my last videos, where he didn't understand panoramic cameras.
That was so...
Just how dumb. Actually, even worse than the panoramic camera was part 2, where he was confused. The Gemini, and you saw that the Gemini, I don't know, one of the Gemini missions was in orbit, right? And the Earth was spinning, and suddenly the Earth appears to spin a different direction because the Gemini capsule just moved.
Yeah, it was thrusting
relative to the camera. So he doesn't understand how something could move relative to the camera that's stationary. But he understands that Einstein was wrong in this.
Yeah, Yes. Well, he was on with PhD Tony, and PhD Tony asked Witsit, "Who's smarter than you?" You know who he listed? He only could list 2 people. That was it. Right? He listed Bob Nodell.
I'm so fascinated. Yeah, Bob
Nodell. Who was really dumb.
Who's not smarter than anybody.
Bob Nodell lied about being an electrical engineer. He was not an electrical engineer. He had a background in electronics, but an electrical engineer has a 4-year degree in electrical engineering, which includes a lot of math and a huge amount of electromagnetism. Bob had no clue on electromagnetism. He was without the first basics of how electromagnetism works.
So that's actually interesting why he would even bring him up. I wonder what he's thinking there.
I think it was before Bob died.
Yeah. No. Oh, all right.
But that's because Bob was I suppose Bob had snowed Witsit, right? That's the thing about the leaders like Witsit and Bob and others in Flat Earth. They present themselves to be smarter than everybody, and then the Flat Earthers that believe them are like, "Oh wow, you're super smart." Well,
let's be honest. Anybody that can speak coherent English is considered smart to a Flat Earther, right?
Yeah.
If you can say some sciencey words that nobody understands, then man, they're the smartest person on Earth.
Yeah. So anyway, Bob fooled Witsit into thinking that Bob was smart, and then also Ken Wheeler. Ken Wheeler was the only other. So now Ken Wheeler is the only person in Witsit's mind. Maybe there's others, but that is smarter than Witsit.
I mean, that doesn't indicate any type of narcissistic behavior. Not at all.
No.
Not at all. But it does answer a lot of questions.
I think Ken Wheeler is smarter than Witsit in that he's got a better grift.
He was able to take advantage of it better.
Oh yeah, and Ken Wheeler is way better than Witsit at word salad. But Witsit has a goal to someday attain the word salad quantity, something like that Ken Wheeler can output.
That's adorable. It's his mentor. He'll get there at this rate.
Oh, anyway. All right, let's keep going here.
Anyone that doesn't agree with that disagrees with their model, and therefore we wouldn't.
It's the narcissism again. They didn't get very far. That he thinks that he can tell everybody else what our model is. You catch that?
Yes. Yeah, no, I do, and he does that all the time. He'll go, your model, it's already been admitted, right? He always like prefaces what he says with like, it's already admitted, and it's already this, like you have to agree in his straw man of the model. Yeah, he's already set it up.
Yeah.
Wouldn't even be really debating at that point. Here he has to say that also there's a coordinate system, right? A kinematic equivalence in the coordinate system. If the sun moves around.
He doesn't understand kinematics either.
3 seconds. Maybe 3 seconds.
I know. It's so the derp is so dense here. Anyway, all right.
Around the Earth or vice versa, it's equally valid. Here he is saying,
yeah, you could do coordinate system. I'm sorry, you could do coordinate system transfers. That's meaningless. I can convert between polar coordinates and Cartesian coordinates. It's easy to do. That doesn't mean that anything. It doesn't mean that if you use something that's a polar coordinate system that works, it's easier to use a polar coordinate system to make a circle. R equals 1, right? It doesn't mean that if you convert it to a Cartesian coordinate system with sine and cosine, that somehow it says anything about the underlying geometry of the physical object that you were representing. It doesn't mean anything.
No, the conversion itself means that it's the initial thing is wrong, right? I guess that it can only be the converted factor.
Well, he thinks this is crazy. He thinks that because when GPS satellites do their position, they do everything in an ECEF reference frame, right? Earth centered, Earth fixed, with the center of the Earth at 0, 0, 0, and then the different axes at going along the pole and out the prime meridian and that then it converts it to a spherical coordinate system. But he thinks that because its underlying coordinate system is Cartesian, that therefore the physical reality must be Cartesian. But I don't think he even understands that Cartesian is 3-dimensional as well as 2-dimensional. Right?
That's a good point.
Because maybe he's changed, but I debated him like a couple years ago on this, and he's like, it's Cartesian. I think he was thinking in his head that Cartesian means 2-dimensional.
Yeah.
XY.
Just XY. Yep.
And somehow it converted the XY into a spherical coordinate system, latitude, longitude, elevation. But it's just a coordinate transform.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense now. Now that I'm thinking about what he was trying to say. You're probably right.
All right, I'm going to try to get more than 3 seconds because I want to get to the good stuff.
I don't think you have it.
Terrestrial experiments. He's saying no optical experiment. Even though I believe that the Earth is revolving around the sun, I've come to.
He didn't say I believe. I didn't get. How did I get 5 seconds?
You got 6, so I'm not even going to say anything.
All right, awesome. I doubled.
You nailed it.
Again, this is great. This was I think if I remember correctly, this was a quote a speech that he gave in Kyoto. So he gave a speech in German in Kyoto, Japan, written down after the fact. So it wasn't a recording. It was written down after the fact by a person that was at the speech in Japanese, and then later translated to English. So get this. So he's German, from memory Japanese, Japanese English. And so he's like, oh, he said the word optical. Therefore, we have to only use opticals or anything optical. What was the German he said? No idea.
I can't believe that you just said those words. That's what they're using here?
Yes.
That's unfucking believable.
Yeah, let me double check this particular citation here. But it's off the bottom of the screen, you know.
But even if we take it for word, you know, verbatim what he's saying, right? So he actually said he's come to believe that the motion of the Earth cannot be detected, right?
Well,
Which
Witsit added
it can't be.
Witsit added believe.
Right, but he added believe to the second part to degrade it, to discount it, because he says though the Earth is revolving around the sun. He added the word believe to try to diminish its value, but ignored the fact that he says believe in the first part. Right, if you're taking this at face value, Japanese, German, whatever the hell you want to.
Yeah, German, Japanese, English.
German, Japanese, yeah.
German, Japanese from memory, English. So
English.
I don't know. So again, but the concept or the context is Michelson-Morley, the optical experiment of Michelson-Morley, is what they're talking about. The motion cannot be detected by an optical experiment. Again, this goes back to his terrestrial thing, the which also was a translation, right? It was a book he wrote in German and translated to English. Don't know if he, in 1916, when it came out, if he had any part in translating it into English or not. But anyway.
Right, but if there's no ether, there's no reference to determine the motion.
Yeah, you have to say luminiferous ether. That's another trick they play.
Yes, they do like to intertwine this.
Yeah, because there's other descriptions of ethers that people have come up with over time that are not the same as what Michelson-Morley was meaning when they said ether. And it's, if you read Airy's Failure, he talks about the undulating theory of light, right? Mm-hmm. The undulating theory being the ether, the medium through which light travels, like the medium that a wave of travels on the surface of water, or the medium that sound travels through air, the medium that light travels through space. That's the luminiferous ether, the undulating theory of light. That's what they're talking about. Different ideas of ether have come along. Einstein even used the word himself later to reference space-time. So you can call space-time ether if you want.
Yeah, it's a good point as well.
So, all right, 12 seconds. I'm going to try.
Conclusion that no optical experiment, optics and physics is, of course, light, can actually detect the motion of the Earth. And light is our most precise form of measurement for motion. This comes back.
Light is our most precise measurement
of motion. Yeah, you heard that.
Is it? I don't think so.
I mean, unless he's trying to say that's why they used it for the interferometer, like interferometry. It's the only thing I can think of is
Well, all of the Michelson-Morley that's here, all of it assumes ether.
Right.
It all assumes ether. So, and now, all right. Light. Oh, so he was talking about light as the most precise measurement for motion.
Motion, yeah.
I don't think so. I think that there's ways using it because acceleration is part of motion, and you can measure acceleration without light, and it's very precise.
Sure. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Icy Spin. Is there any instrument more accurate at detecting motion than the ring laser gyro? Ring laser gyro measures rotation.
Rotation.
There's other motion than just rotation. And so now he's going to talk about Michelson-Morley.
Back to Michelson-Morley, the most grossly misrepresented test by every single person that argues on
earther.
behalf of the globe. They don't know what this test is actually about. They claim it debunked the ether. If you throw the ether out, you still have to explain why it didn't detect the motion of the Earth.
Yeah, yep. That's not hard to do. It
Well,
wasn't
considering
designed.
that's not what the test was. Yeah.
Well,
it was not designed to test the motion of the Earth.
and they always lie about that. So
they. Oh my God! This is
they
making me angry.
this they don't even read it. Oh, that's not it. The direct PDF download. There you go. Okay.
Yep.
So here is the very first sentence, and I don't think any flat earther recognizes this first sentence. The discovery of the aberration of light was soon followed by an explanation according to the emission theory. So, what is the discovery of the aberration of light? They only know aberration to reference one thing. What do they think when you say aberration of light?
From their perspective,
They think Airy's failure.
Okay.
But that wasn't it. This isn't referring to that. This is referring to James. I had it up earlier, right here. Right, James Bradley, 1727. He published this. That's what this sentence is talking about. The aberration of light soon followed by an explanation according to the emission theory. Emission theory is particles, which is Newton, and it's Newtonian mechanics. So not wave. So aberration was the proposed explanation for aberration was wave. So to reference, so everybody knows the aberration that James Bradley was talking about here is a shift in the position of stars that dependent on their position in the celestial sphere. North and south celestial sphere, right at the poles, there's a circle. At the celestial equator, it's a line. The size of that is 20.49511 arc seconds. And it's an ellipse everywhere in between, varying by sine cosine. That's the aberration of light. And the aberration of light is actually due to Earth's motion around the sun, and the amount of that 20.5 arc second is because of the velocity of the Earth around the sun in relation to the speed of light. So that 20.5 arc seconds and the speed of light together, you can determine the speed of Earth's orbit around the sun. Now, they don't know that. They don't. None of that makes any sense to them. They don't know what emission theory is, but it's particles, corpuscles of light. That's what, as Newton said, right? So they say the effect was attributed to a simple composition of the velocity of light with the velocity of the Earth in the orbit. Right? So the very first two sentences there establish that they know that the Earth is moving around the sun. There's no question about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's assumption, right? They went into this with knowing the Earth moved around.
Not the assumption.
No, knowing.
The hard evidence that the Earth is moving around the sun.
Yeah, I want to go. I got to go read that reference though. I have not read that. What was? Go back to the other tab.
This one here.
Earth James Bradley.
Yeah, I'll send it to you so you have it here.
I've not read James Bradley.
I love reading that because it's Old English.
Oh.
It's from the 1700s. So here it is. A letter from the Reverend Mr. James Bradley, civilian professor of astronomy.
That's great.
It's the S is the hard S looks like an F without a bar on it.
Yeah.
So yeah, when you first start reading, you're like, oh, you keep reading the F's, but instead of S's. I was reading another thing just today on that was a similar age. All right. Anyway,
broken typewriter.
Oh, I did type I did typesetting. I've written typesetting software. I love this typesetting here that they did. And thinking about how they did this by hand, placing each of these individual letters by hand, it's
Crazy.
just oh yeah. And then look at this. Look at this. They add this MEA at the bottom right. You see that?
Yeah.
The bottom right, so that you know what's coming. It's
What's
the
coming.
next word, which is MEAFURE.
Yeah, I'm gonna act like I know what that is, but I don't. I
Measure.
like the way they did that.
Measure.
Oh, it's not Meffer.
No, it's not. That's it. There's
Oh.
no bar. If you look at that, I'll zoom in.
I know it's an F without the bar.
It's an F without the bar, so it's an S. It's a hard S.
Wow.
Which I don't hear the difference really between hard S and soft S. But yeah, there you go. Almost, right? Almost the fame. And they
Wow. Wow.
they have a ligature. I love. Oh, all right, the
It's cool, but what the fuck? What is that? Wow.
It was art.
Yeah, it really
Right,
is.
the people that did the typesetting, this was we think of it as nothing now because everybody can just pull up Microsoft Word or even
Right.
the built-in text editor of your computer you can pick the fonts, you can pick a font with ligatures in it if you want. Nobody does it anymore. But look at this. The FT or the ST has a ligature.
Yes.
They're attached to each other. That's on purpose. They did not choose two different letters. They chose one letter, one piece of metal to put in there. That's the combined F and T on purpose for art. The same
that's
thing
crazy.
with the ligature here in constructed. There, the ST looks like an F. That's one piece of metal. And then the CT in constructed, see that? That's
Yeah.
one piece of metal.
Wow.
It's a lost art, and sometimes I'll happen on a book where the person that put the book together paid attention to typography, and it's just really cool. But this I just love this, right? This is bold and italics. They had to go to a different collection of pieces of metal to put this together in the middle of these other pieces of metal.
Right.
So, okay. I sent that to you.
Oh, thank you.
I'll send this to everybody here in the live chat. Okay. Anyway, so there wasn't a question. This is very important because Witsit's about to get into a bunch of things. So I'll preface this by saying that there were multiple reasons why all the scientists at the time were not questioning whether or not the results pointed to the Earth being stationary. There were already multiple experiments well established, hard science, that the Earth was in motion around the sun. Multiple lines of evidence, not just one either, right? Einstein mentioned 2, but at the time there are no less than 4 that are easy to find. They're all on this page here. Aberration, annular Doppler shift. Those are the 2 Einstein mentioned. Stellar parallax, 1839. This is decades prior, and then of course Romer in 1676. All of those new four different at least methods or hard science knowing that the Earth is moving. So when Witsit is about to say all these, I'll just let him go without interrupting.
No, you won't.
He's talking because he's about to give a bunch of citations here. He's the people that he's quoting are not allowing Earth stationary as an option because it would contradict all these other multiple lines of hard science. Right. All right.
And I could just pull Einstein up. I've done it 100 times. They keep saying it. Einstein said, without the ether, we still have to explain why we didn't detect the motion of the Earth. Then they invoked contraction. They invoked time dilation. They said that the Earth is free falling in a straight path through the bending and warping of space-time, and Newtonian mechanics was wrong, and that is required to explain it. And then the actual measurement that was received had to be an instrumental error. And Einstein said if it's not, then relativity is wrong and it collapses like a house of cards. Okay, so we're going to run through these, but this is them explaining. This is another quote explaining that, well, one option of Michelson-Morley was that the Earth's not moving through space.
That's what I'm talking about.
Objectively, that was one of the options.
not an
Edward
option.
Morley, Albert Michelson, Albert Einstein, Arthur Eddington, every physicist knew it. Hendrik Lorentz, they all knew that one of the answers was that the Earth is not moving because that's what we would expect if it wasn't moving. Here's Arthur Eddington saying that you have to actually claim the apparatus contracted to explain it.
No. All right, I couldn't go all the way. All of this talk of, I can't get the one from Eddington. There it is. The Michelson-Morley has thus failed to detect our motion through the ether because the effect looked for, the delay in one of the light waves, is exactly compensated by an automatic contraction of the matter forming the apparatus. That was the hypothesis that they were using to try to save ether.
Yeah.
Which they rejected. So I didn't look up this quote. No doubt it's out of context. And Witsit did it often in that book, Relativity, the General and Special Theories. There's a one quote in there where Einstein is specifically mentioning that Lorentz came along, claimed or hypothesized that the actual apparatus shrunk because of whatever, the ether pressing on it or something. And that was their attempt to save the ether theory. And Witsit misquotes that as a way to save relativity. He's got it backwards. They're trying to save your position, Witsit.
Yeah, it's literally the what is it called? The Lorentz ether.
Yeah, so Lorentz got the quantity of shrinkage correct.
Right.
His formula was correct. He proposed, because Lorentz thought there was an ether, he proposed that the apparatus was shrinking by that amount. But Einstein said no, it's the special relativity is doing that. So, all right, I'll try to get through the rest of it.
And the apparatus contracted to explain it, meaning there should have been a measurement, but the apparatus contracted just the right amount to make it look like the Earth's not moving. So, long story short, this is him explaining it. And we can go through this later if we have to, but here I'm explaining that if it's not instrumental error, relativity is wrong. And here he is saying it again 4 years later. This is really grossly misrepresented, so I threw this in here. This is all the replications since then that have shown the same results.
All the replications since then. You catch that?
Yes, all.
Turns out if you go, the Wikipedia page on the Michelson-Morley experiment has a large list that somehow is more than this of replications of Michelson-Morley. And these are not actually replications of the Michelson-Morley experiment.
No, I'm looking at, like Michelson-Gale there.
Yeah, that's rotation.
Right, it's rotation.
Dayton Miller in 1925 and 1930. Galev and let's see, Wang, Ruyan Wang, the generalized Sagnac effect. That's actually it's a modified version of circular interferometer measuring rotation, where instead of moving the apparatus in a circle, they moved the actual fiber optic. They put the fiber optic on wheels, and then they moved the wheels with the fibers on the wheels, and they got the same effect. So no surprise when the Sagnac effect as the apparatus rotates. I'll put it up here. As the apparatus rotates, you put light in one end and it rotates while the light goes around it. And so one path is longer, the other path is shorter. That's what happens. And there's no problem with relativity there. And similarly with what Ruyan Wang did, you put the light into it, it goes opposite directions through the fiber, and it actually moves the fiber, and so it has a longer path in one of the directions and a shorter path in the other.
Yeah, he pulled that one up later. It was like the title was something moving fiber.
Yeah.
for
And
variance,
I
yeah.
Can Science that went through the whole thing in a couple different videos, did all the math, which Witsit never's done because he can't do math, and showed that, yep, it's perfectly in agreement with relativity. So,
Well, it doesn't even matter. He pulled that up in response to me asking for his height experiment with varying altitudes. Right.
Ruyan Wang?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. I asked him because he said it. Ring laser gyroscopes have been measured to change precession rates with altitude. Right. And I said, okay, great. Show me a measurement. Show me your source. And then he panicked and brought up a whole bunch of things. And one of them was that. None of them had to do with varying altitudes, by the way.
Yeah, well, the main one that he likes to reference for varying altitude is from Bob Nodell.
Yeah, well, I brought that one up. I said the only one I'm aware of really is Bob Nodell, and he never provided any data, showed it, did anything with like. And so he didn't even invoke that one, but I don't know what he was doing.
All right, let me take a break from this in a second. Then I gotta get up to where he's about to start the other nonsense. I gotta finish this. That's our goal here.
That it is an instrumental error, and it's been consistently measured. In fact, the fringe shift changes with altitude. It changes with the periodicity of the sun and the moon, and the solar motion, meaning it changes throughout the year.
All lies.
So the actual sky dictates what your interference pattern is. This is a major problem because the globe claims that there should be no interference pattern because you can't detect the orbit of the Earth. So
yeah, there is none.
That actually refutes heliocentrism on space right there. And this is Einstein saying everything occurs on the Earth as if the Earth's in a state of rest. So as long as we can be on the same page, there's a belief that the Earth is actually orbiting around the sun, but you can't verify it. You can't prove it. Everything's going to happen on the Earth as if the Earth is in a state of rest.
Yeah,
There's a
but Einstein
kinematic
disagrees
equivalence, means
with
any
you.
motion you see in the sky could equally be explained if the Earth is stationary, and that's what the model says. Anyone representing the model that says anything other than that are misrepresenting the model and
Witsit, you are not the keeper of the globe model, dick.
not being honest. So, and then of course, the rotational claim we can get into as well, but the pendulum doesn't work. The ring laser gyro doesn't work, and we can get into specifics of that.
Oh
so,
my gosh.
Motion's never been truly verified other than reifying it and begging the question.
He likes to use the word reify.
Yeah.
Reify means to assume that the model is reality.
Yes, which he does later on in this, by the way.
Yeah, which isn't what that, even if what he was saying was correct, that's not the right fallacy. He's just chucking out fallacies there.
And of course, the big one here is that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, means that it's curving at a certain rate. I think I am like 5 minutes in. So if you have the radius value here, and everyone knows what that is, the distance from the center of a circle or a sphere, then the Earth's going to curve at a certain rate. And for intents and purposes, up to about 1,000 miles, that's roughly 7.98 inches per mile squared. It actually gives the globe the benefit of the doubt. It actually predicts less curvature than the globe actually does. So that is beneficial to the globe proponents if we're trying to see if there is curvature for all observations under 1,000 miles. Now, what we know in reality.
Okay, he's about to get in. He's about to get into the nonsense here. So let me read a couple super chats before we go into that.
Yeah, I'm gonna go take a leak.
You got to go. All right.
Yeah, this is your nation.
All right. Cretan Ball says 50 months. Yikes. Cretan Ball, thank you very much. 50. That's more than 4 years by my math. I think it was 5 years ago, April, that I had monetization. It was April 1st was my first monetized live stream 4 years ago. Brianna Johnson says Sam is going to pull down the Temple of Tune in 2024. Oh, I want Sam to come back. I messaged him a little while ago and he posted on Facebook. We'll get him. We'll get him back. He's so good. Lord Luminous Poo says, what can exist in both the Arctic and Antarctic has manic depression and sexual desires for both male and female? Bipolar bear. Manic depression, sexual desires for bipolar bear. Very nice. Icy Spins says for FYI, just checked and the sky is still in the sky. Thank you. Glad it's still there. I had seen it earlier. It was there too. Copper in Quarter says MC Toon is the best flat earth debater, period. Thank you very much for that. Copper in Quarter. I appreciate that. All right. Did you get back from going wee?
Yeah, and it all went well. Thank you for
Good.
being concerned.
All right. Here is, so, all right. I have a presentation that doesn't intermingle with what he says very well. So I don't know what I'm going to have to do. I'm probably going to have to switch between the presentation and the presentation and his. So, right.
Reality is that the horizon's not a physical place. And the way this all started was we were told boats disappear over the curve of the earth. That's how we know the earth's evolved. Then
Yep.
we went out and we found out that no, the boat looks like it disappears, but when I pull out optics, I can see the boat again.
Never happens.
So guess what they did? They moved the goalpost and said, but no, eventually you can't bring it back.
You never can.
Yeah, you're changing what you said. So let's start
you
with
never
step
could.
one.
Never could the first
Definitively, you can prove that the boat appears to disappear, but actually you can bring it back. It's
No,
not because of the
it's
curve of the earth. So
never happened,
therefore, boats can.
Have you ever asked them in a debate to pull up a video of something going over and being pulled back?
Yeah, they never can.
They
I
never
asked him
can.
too. I asked him in this debate, and he never did.
Yeah.
It's weird.
All
They always say they have thousands of examples of it.
it's this weird, of all of the things that flat earthers do, this is the one where it's this reality distortion field where they all think that there are videos of bolts being pulled back, but nobody can ever bring one.
Well, yeah. Well, the smart ones know not to bring it because it doesn't exist. But there's others that claim they do, but they always confuse it for just a boat too far away.
Yeah, a tiny boat that's
A
not
tiny boat.
over the, it's
Right.
never over the curve.
They're literally demonstrating zoom,
yeah.
and they're acting like this defeats all of the globe because they figured out how to zoom a camera in.
Here we go. All right. Groupthink Skeptic says he did it multiple times. FED shows that video you asked for in many interview. Okay, Groupthink Skeptic, send it to me right now. mctoon@mctoon.net. I want, and when our claim, to be clear, has always been a boat gets obstructed bottom up, increasingly with increasing distance. So at some point you see all of it, then the hull is blocked, then part of the sail is blocked, then more of the sail is blocked, then all of the sail is blocked. So that's what we're talking about, not it got too small to see.
Right.
That's
when
not
you
our
zoom
claim.
in,
Yeah.
suddenly the boat appears, right? It never just appears bottom up as you zoom in. It just appears because before that, the camera couldn't resolve it.
Yeah.
And then as you're zooming in,
small.
suddenly, oh, it can be resolved. You see the whole thing. And as you zoom in, it never changes proportions with anything hidden in the water. It's all they've ever demonstrated. And I asked him later to show me a ship partially hidden being zoomed back in. They'd never start with it partially hidden, right?
Yeah.
Never ever.
And I've done it. I've shown them things like from Daz the Cameraman and other places. And they're like, oh, you just need more zoom.
Oh, that's the cop out. Yeah.
But the zoom already showed that the zoom did not modify the portion of it that was blocked already.
Right.
So when does zoom begin to unblock? Never.
No, always. And if it can't be zoomed in, just zoom in more. Remember that.
Yep. All right. Well, I'm
Be a
looking.
T-shirt.
I'm looking for the email there from Groupthink Skeptic. Oh, you know what?
Evidence.
So, 5 years ago, April 20 was my first debate with Why You Are an Idiot. And sometimes on Discord, he went with just the name Skeptic. That's why this is reminding me.
Oh,
I don't know how to contact him anymore. He's not, that account on Discord is gone. If anybody can find him, if you know who I'm talking about, I want to debate him again on April 20th this year, 5-year anniversary. But yeah, and a good point. Stringer is one. You know, it's a mouthful to say why you are an idiot. So you just refer to him as a surname, which is Mr. I'm setting you up for this here, Globey.
Oh, Mr. Idiot.
There you go. There you go,
Okay,
Mr.
sorry.
Idiot.
I was reading the chat. I really wasn't, but I got it.
You got it. Good job.
Wasn't focused, and I still got it.
Yes. Yeah. I want to debate Mr. Idiot again. It'd be great. And the guy, so I did, and I do it on the same channel. I don't know if that guy's still around. After this debate, it was posted on the Open Room, something like that. And the guy asked me afterwards, like, what? Why he was really bad? I go, I know, it was my first debate. I picked somebody that was really dumb.
Yeah, you got to do that in the first debate. But why do they name themselves that kind of stuff? It's so
I don't know.
so ironic.
I've got a link from Groupthink Skeptic.
Oh, I can't wait to see it.
I
wonder if it's the David Weiss one.
He said FED, which is either Flat Earth Debate or Flat Earth Dave. So I'm thinking it's Flat Earth Dave.
Yeah, it's a sailboat.
And
Flat Earth Dave sailboat.
Yep. I've seen this
there
1,000 times. All right, that's not over the curve.
But it's because it's zoomed in. Yeah, obviously.
Zooming out, same amount obstructed. Same amount obstructed. Same amount obstructed. Same amount obstructed, just getting too small.
And then disappears.
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm talking about. And then our eyes simply can't resolve their angular size. This is a camera, not our eyes. What a fail. Absolute fail. This is how stupid flat earthers are. Groupthink skeptic, you are a moron.
So thank you for proving our point.
You did. This is not going over the curve. Right? If you want to see going over the curve, you go.
So if it was going over the curve, right, as you zoom that in, that boat would be appearing top down, right?
Yeah, there'd be more of it. Yeah, and then as it shrunk, then the sail, right? Let's go back here. The sail would become, right? So there's the sail. The sail would be blocked, right? And then there's that window. You see that window there on the top part there?
Yeah.
Top part of there's the hull, and then above that is the window. Then that window would be the first thing to be obstructed. But when is the window obstructed? It's not.
Never.
It's not. Even there, right? Just a little bit ago, there's just a little smudge there, right? But you can still see the smudge of the body of the boat is still there. If the curve could be undone through zoom, then at this point, the body would have been blocked and you would see the sail. And of course, the quality of this is terrible. They love terrible quality.
It would be so easy, wouldn't it? It would just be zooming in and out of a boat where it's like you don't see it at all. And then you zoom it in, it does this, you see the whole hull, you zoom it out, you see the tippy top of it. That would be proof. But it never happens. The boat just gets smaller every time.
Yep, here it is. This is what we're talking about. This is Groupthink Skeptic, you moron. The zoomed isn't changing how much is being obstructed. So he takes a screenshot, he zooms in a bit more.
Just zoom in more.
So there you go. So here is the less zoom and more zoom version. Same amount obstructed. Zoom didn't change it. And there it is, zoomed in farther compared to zoomed out. Same amount obstructed. How stupid can you be, flat earthers?
Weird.
Look at this. This is what we're talking about. Zoom this. You can't zoom this.
Start there. Bring a telescope. Start there. Let's see what you got.
Put a telescope in front of a telescope and double them.
Just zoom more. That'll be the answer. Yeah, so it should be so easy to demonstrate. That boat on the left, that ship on the left, should eventually look like the ship on the right when zoomed in, right?
Yeah.
Just do it. Do it. Anybody listening, do it. It's so weird.
Your real Cygnus says literally can't make the distinction between simply too far/small to resolve with the naked eye versus bringing back an already at least partially obstructed object. Yeah.
Imagine being confused by just an object so small you can't see it.
Yeah.
It's just mind-boggling.
Well, anyway, thank you, Groupthink Skeptic, for proving the point. So, all right.
Disappear in the distance despite it not being curve of the earth. Now the horizon moves around. It's not actual. It's just where we got the word horizon was horizontal. It's a vanishing point in the distance. Everything in the sky converges down. The ground converges up. A basic perspective, we see that the horizon is an optical diffraction limit based on.
If it's a diffraction limit, see, he doesn't know what diffraction is. Right?
Did he mean refraction limit in his head?
No. Diffraction limit is the phrase that he's intentionally using here because he's heard other people say it. He doesn't know what diffraction limit is. Diffraction is when light or other things go near an object and it disturbs the path of it.
Mm-hmm.
So when you have an aperture and the aperture is small, then as the light goes near the edge of the aperture,
it'll wrap around it.
Yeah, but it has to do with the wavelength of the light too, because if the wavelength is right at the limit of the aperture, then that interferes with it as well. So anyway.
Yeah, they don't understand that things diffract at all, like microwaves,
No.
right?
Yeah, when you were
radar.
talking with Ross a couple of weeks ago, he had no idea what diffraction was. Then you talked about it. Then he was an expert in it.
Then suddenly he was an expert. Yes. Once I explained it to him, he was an expert. And then I showed him it happening in a video, right? I think I did that on yours. And
yes.
And he still denied it. Oh man. That was great. Did the same thing with Gene the other day. You know Gene as well.
Gene Techman.
Gene Techman.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. The amount of flurfnesia you can spend hours explaining and showing examples, and the next day you catch him on a live just repeating, right?
Well, yeah, he went to sleep.
Everything they just said.
He went to sleep. The flurf reset happens.
Flurf reset. I call it flurfnesia. Yeah, same shit.
So yeah, the horizontal line is not physical. The horizon line is not physical. Well, there's something blocking, and no amount of zoom brings it back once it's blocked.
Our angular resolution, and it's just an optical place in the distance, and it changes based on atmospheric conditions, etc.
True.
This is very interesting. So,
all right, this is the one.
This is very interesting.
You actually look at the angular resolution limit of the human eye being about 1 arc minute, right?
All right, 1 arc minute. Everybody at home, do your own conversion. How much is 1 arc minute in degrees? Go ahead, type it into the chat. Do your work. I'm not going to tell you how. You all know how. You're smart enough. Type in how many degrees is 1 arc minute into the chat. Have you done this, Globey? Do you know?
No, off the top of my head, I don't know. There's 60 minutes in a
yeah, 60
minutes. 60 minutes is 1 degree.
Yeah,
right.
1 arc minute.
What was the question?
Yeah, do it to decimal to 5 significant figures. Not 7 significant figures. 5 significant figures is the one you want there, gibberish 01.
So yeah, so that's the 0.02170062.
Nope.
It's the 0.0434.
Nope.
124.
No, it's not on screen. He doesn't have it on screen here.
Because I still don't know where he got.
All right. Nobody has put in the actual correctly rounded value to 5 significant figures. There it is. Eric Burns. Thank you for that. 0.16667. So, oh, no. All right. So Witsit is using 1 arc minute is 0.16667 degrees, but he's using the 666 in his math here. Why? I don't know. Anyway, let's listen to him.
666 is the wavelength of light.
Well, yeah, but we aren't there yet. No spoilers. All right,
Sorry.
so he said, I'll read it again. Oh, interesting. So if you actually look at the angular resolution limit of the human eye being about 1 arc minute, which we all did is 0.1667. Listen to him. Listen to him.
which is approximately between 0.02 and 0.03 degrees.
This idiot didn't even bother to check. Didn't even bother to check that 1 arc minute is not between 0.2 and 0.3 degrees. That's how stupid he is. Witsit. It's not between. It's less than. You absolute moron.
Well, what does it matter when you're just verbatim parroting something?
He's just parroting it, yes. So whoever wrote this answer, no, not Shane. Shane just got a screenshot from Life is Short. Life is Short, to my knowledge, wrote this.
Right.
Right. So he just read it verbatim. Angular resolution limit, see that? Of the human eye is about 1 arc minute, or approximately between 0.2 and 0.02, 0.03 degrees. 5 years ago, this was written, this video. 5 years ago. And no Flurf in the meantime has said, hold on a second. Let me look that up. Not once.
And it gives you
What's that?
They still won't, because now this is now a talking point.
Yeah.
an angle of exactly 0.02170062 degrees of the human eye.
So what is this exactly? This is great.
By a certain wavelength of the typical conditions assumed over the Earth.
Typical conditions, yep.
Right, which is approximately between 0.02 and 0.03 degrees. And it gives you an angle of exactly 0.02170062 degrees of the.
All right, so he, for some reason, he thinks that 1 arc minute, that whoever wrote this, is between 0.02 and 0.03, and then the angle is exactly 0.02170062 degrees. Where did that come from? That number came from nowhere.
Yeah, the number came absolutely out of nowhere. Wait, hold on.
So the human pupil varies between 2 millimeters and 8 millimeters, and the angular resolution limit is dependent on the size of the aperture. The aperture varies in the human eye. There is no exact angular resolution. Where did that number come from?
Yeah, so he needed that exact number to all those significant digits, 0.02170062.
Well, there's a reason. Yeah. There's a reason why there's 6 significant figures there.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
There's a reason. He needs at least 5. So, all right, let's go.
Yeah, walk us through it.
Human eye. When you take the angular resolution limit of the human eye and you actually multiply it by a certain wavelength of the typical conditions assumed of visible light.
Typical. Remember that, everybody.
Why is it typical? An
he says it's
assumed, right? So he's okay. It's okay for him to assume things.
Yeah.
And the assumed value 666 nanometers.
I did point that out, by the way.
Which is a shade of blue. Where did that come from? What is this wavelength?
Well, it's the devil.
And where did you get it? So where did that wavelength come from? Where did this come from? That exactly perfect
I don't know.
6 sig fig angle, and this number, this wavelength, where did it come from?
You can actually end up getting the exact radius of the Earth. Where things would fall below the resolution limit of the human eye, roughly 3 miles for a 6-foot observer, is exactly where the globe claims that the curvature of the Earth would start obstructing things. If you actually look at the math, it's exactly the same.
The math is a thing of a derpy. It's so dumb. I mean, this is the people that cannot do geometry that have tried to do some geometry. It's hilarious.
And if you look right here, we have the equation on one of these pages. Oh, it's actually being hidden here. But it actually gives you, if you do the math and you assume spherical geometry is blocking it in the distance, it gives you 3,958.8 miles. And in fact, it matches up to like 10 decimal places.
So, it matches up to 10 decimal places.
There's so much derp here.
All right, where did you get that? So, here it is. The angular resolution limit, this 666 nanometers is the assumed wavelength. Who chose this wavelength? So he's asserting, you see that right here, the occultists who gaslighted us love 6s and 9s in their occult numerology. We had to think like them to figure out what they did, and here it is. So they are just inventing things. This 666, they just pulled out of nowhere.
No, he said he used a typical wavelength of light.
Oh, typical.
Typical, yeah.
Yes.
Not they cherry picked it just because 666 is the sign of the devil.
Yeah.
Which is not the sign of the devil, which is funny.
It's Nero, but that's fine. Just 10 decimal points. Now, this is what, I mean, this shows that he doesn't understand. The angle there is only 6 sig fig, right? How can you match to 10 sig fig if you're inputting only 6 sig fig? He doesn't even understand that.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Right? This cherry-picked angle doesn't have enough precision to get to 10 digits.
I mean, that's the least of his lies in this whole thing. Right? You want to pretend you can get to 10, go ahead. The fact that he where'd you get 2 theta from?
Oh yeah, we get to that.
Exact supposed radius of the Earth. What a coincidence. Angular resolution limit of the eye can literally be reverse engineered, assuming the Earth's a sphere causing things to be obstructed, and you get the exact radius value, 3,958.8.
So let's see here. So all right, so I did some math. Using 666 nanometers and the range of the human pupil size, the resolution limit varies. Why choose that particular value? Why to 6 sig fig? The minimum pupil diameter gives you 0.23277 degrees. I'd use the same number of significant figures as he did there. And the max pupil diameter gives you 0.0058 degrees. It's a range. There's no exact, but he claimed exact. He lied. I did more math because the numbers that he chose, the 666 that he loves so much, and the pupil range, I ran the whole thing all the way through to get the minimum and maximum for all wavelengths of visible light for the normal range for a pupil. And you got the max pupil diameter. Gives you 0.003 degrees, and the minimum pupil diameter gives you 0.02. That's a 10x about difference in the angular resolution limit of the human eye, depending on the wavelength and how dark it is outside.
You're a better man than me. I just use the average wavelength and diameter.
Yeah,
just
which aren't the same. Yeah,
no.
How do you just pick that number? Cherry picking, pure cherry picking. All right.
I mean, this is the definition of cherry picking. This isn't even a question if it's cherry picking. They backed into their number just to get their number.
Yeah, they started with the radius of the globe.
Right.
That's a coincidence. If you're a globe earther, that's a coincidence.
That's not a. All right, I'm not.
It's not a coincidence. It's cherry picking.
I'm not done. All right, so now Witsit didn't go over this in this portion of it, but they're talking about a 6-foot observer. It's in the paper there. It's in the screenshot. If you go get the original video from Life is Short, it's in there. So the horizon gain for a 6-foot observer across that cherry-picked degrees was inverted as height information loss across the same angle, and the two angles were used to construct a spheroid/globe with a tilt angle. What? Of 0.434124 degrees. That's 2 theta. They doubled that value. The angle represents the 6 foot drop from a 6 foot observer. Now, why 6 foot? And of course, not a 6 foot observer, a 6 foot eye height, which would be, there's 4 to 5 inches between the eyeball and the top of the head. So this would be a 6'4" or 6'5" observer. Less than 1% of the population today. When did they do this? Don't know when. They did not give a citation, but it had to be back apparently when the radius of this must be the introduction of the radius of the Earth into the discussion, right? Because they're claiming this is where the radius of the Earth came from, not from measurements of the radius of the Earth. Here is where it came from, they're saying.
Right. So it must have been a 6 foot eye height.
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the average height of a person back then? Right.
Not 6'4".
Certainly not 6'4".
Okay, but then the other cherry pick, 2.999547 miles. What? Where was this? This angle represents a 6 foot drop from a 6 foot observer across their average horizon distance of that distance. Why? Where did that number come from? Was that measured? This would have to be measured.
Right.
You'd have to take an observer at 6 feet high, 6 foot eyeball height, and then measure to 7 significant figures to where the horizon is. 7. This is 7. No. The amount of effort you need to do to measure distance to 7 sig fig is ridiculous. And from an observer to the edge of the horizon, and this only is with 0 refraction,
right?
Which can never happen. So this measurement obviously could not ever happen, ever.
Well, in fairness, they never say they measured anything.
They just made up all this stuff.
He pretty much admits he made it all up.
All right. And then the observer would assume they're watching a person descend from their point of view across 2 theta at 3 miles. What? 2 theta? The first theta would represent the observer height 6 feet until 0 feet. So until 6 feet of them is obstructed completely or something. I don't know. And then the second theta for the drop from 0 feet to -0 feet. So now this person is in the water, underwater completely, and they measured him to be 2.999547 miles away with his head completely underwater. How did that come to be? I don't know. So here's the diagram. How did this happen? Theta is cherry picked in the angular resolution of the eye. So
yeah, if you look really closely in the top right, that's his 2 theta. That's what he's trying to explain there.
Yeah. It's going both directions for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, he just makes that up.
But the other one, this is that angle from the center of the Earth, right? So they take this theta, 2 theta angle from the center of the Earth to this 3 mile along the surface, yes. Right? But that 2 theta isn't the angle subtended by the arc length. 2 theta, they are claiming, is the perfect angular resolution of the eye. Exact. Right. Not the angle Where did that come from? From nowhere. And why 2 theta? Just because they needed it to work. So
yeah, well, if you take the radius of Earth, right, and a 3 mile, assuming it's flat, right, take a 3 mile, you would solve for that 0.0432, right?
I did what? Yeah. So,
but you have to, yeah.
So yeah, I did the math. I did the math here. If you use this for some reason, cherry picked 2 theta. And the cherry picked 3 miles, 6 foot observer, you do get the value that they put in
you get
right
0.02176062 is what you get.
Well, you get
something like that.
Here's what you get. That top part there, tangent of
yeah.
point 0.0432. That is 3 miles over r. Solving for r gives you 3978, not 3959. So it's not
Right.
accurate to 10 digits
Well, of course not.
because the other one is 3959. They only agree in the first 2 digits. They're only accurate with each other to 2 digits. They certainly can't be accurate to the globe.
No.
Um,
So yeah, so I don't know if you did the math. Did you do the math all the way out using other assumptions?
no, I did not. Yeah, but yeah. The
It goes crazy.
the radius of the Earth range using
Yes.
the min max frequencies and the min max pupil diameter gives you a gigantic range. It's about 10x, right?
Yeah, I got 13,000 miles using the averages of both.
Yeah.
So
So you just cherry pick a number in the middle so that you can force it all to fit. All right. So if it actually gives you, if you do the math, and this is Witsit, if it actually gives you, if you do the math and assume spherical geometry is blocking the distance, it gives 3959 miles. And in fact, it matches up to like 10 decimal places the exact supposed radius of the Earth. But your citation shows 2. And what is the radius of the Earth to 10 decimal places? That's the other thing. The Earth has 2 radii at the poles, at the pole and the equator, right?
True. Yes. Yep.
So you not only do you have to cherry pick all of these other things, you have to cherry pick what latitude you're going to measure the radius at, because it varies between 2 ranges. So anyway,
I find it funny they did all that cherry picking and they still didn't get the exact radius.
No, they still didn't. So he goes,
"What? That's how bad their math is. Like they could have gotten it. They could have gotten it exact and been like, look, bam, it's exact." But they still couldn't get it exact.
No.
It's mind-boggling.
So anyway, so he goes, what a coincidence. Yeah, what a coincidence. You cherry picked the angular resolution. You cherry picked 666 nanometers. You cherry picked a 6-foot observer eye height. You cherry picked 2.999547 mile distance to the horizon. And you have the unexplained 2 theta usages in 2 different methods.
Yeah.
And they only agree to 2 digits. What a coincidence. Yes, the coincidence that you cherry picked every damn thing there. But
it's a coincidence when you cherry pick everything, I think.
Yeah.
I think that's what it means.
But this is the important thing here. Austin claims the radius of the globe was output by this method. Right?
Yep.
And it uses the Rayleigh criterion. Right? It's actually in there 1.22 times lambda over D, I think.
Yep.
Right? D is the diameter of the
diameter
aperture.
of the aperture.
Right? Rayleigh criterion. Well, John William Strutt, 3rd Baron of Rayleigh, is who determined that particular formula. He was born in 1842. So none of this could have happened until after he put out that formula, right?
Right.
So the radius of the Earth could not have been known before that, according to Witsit, right?
I see where you're going with this. How dare you use facts?
How dare I? Well, anyway, thank you to some people on my Discord server that gave me a little bit of help in tracking down a little bit of some of these here. So there's this little book here called The History of the Determination of the Figure of the Earth from Arc Measurements. And here's some notable measurements. 1633, Richard Norwood output the radius of the Earth of 6,412. 3984.66 miles. 1669, Jean Picard, not Jean-Luc Picard, Jean Picard.
The best captain, by the way.
Yes. 3959. You got that exact number.
Damn.
200 years before the Rayleigh criterion existed.
How do you know?
So
Check those links out later.
Witsit, you lied. This is all lies, flat earthers. All of this is lies. All you have are lies. it's just lies over and over and over again to just not have any measurements of flatness.
Well, when you have, as he put it, truth on your side, it's easy to defend. As he lies to everybody, including you flat earthers who follow him, who should be embarrassed to follow him and listen to what he says. And that goes for any flat earther. Don't listen to any flat earther. All they do is lie.
Yeah. So this whole thing, this all hinges on the introduction of the radius of the Earth being first using this method.
Yeah.
200 years prior. Now, this is just using particular methods, right? Jean Picard in 1669, Norwood in 1633. There were other measurements of the radius of the Earth using different methods, but this was particular about using arc measurements.
Yeah, I'm curious how Jean-Luc Picard did it, and he got so close there.
Yep. Well, and this was early days in doing these types of measurements, so their precision, they're figuring out how to be more and more precise.
Right, which is why I'm surprised he got so close.
Yep.
They all did.
Yeah, they're all quite close, and so there's a few where they're like this so this book notes for historical reasons. Here's a survey that somebody did. Here's some of the errors that were in it and why people didn't use it in the end. Right. So anyway, I'm filling out, if you're interested, if you like digging through and finding original citations, you can go to my Discord server in the research channel, and you could find the publication by Snell, Snell, that guy, Cassini, and this guy's last name that I can't pronounce. They did it in the Netherlands, so I imagine that the publication is written in Netherlish.
That's what I would have guessed.
Yep. So this one here, it's written in French. So I searched through the publication with Google Translate on my phone on the fly, and of course this was in 1669, so they used the same typography, the F and S kind of looking things.
Oh.
So Google
score for you.
Google had trouble with it. Some of it was a little like it didn't translate well, but anyway, page 197 of the publication, if it has the actual this value here in it, and toises is what they used often for measurements of lengths over the surface of the Earth. It's about 6.3 feet, English feet. English feet and French feet are different. English feet, I don't know which ones are bigger.
A lot of jokes there.
Yep. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, if you're interested, I would love to have some people jump in and so like the Mason-Dixon here. This is the original Mason-Dixon publication of the Mason-Dixon line. Pretty cool.
That is very cool.
I was surprised at the magnitude of data on the Mason-Dixon line. It's been resurveyed multiple times, and the original data is super thorough. So pretty cool. Yeah. Oh, and again, they use the F, or sorry, the S looks like an F. Because
when the plumb line was bifected.
Yep, bifected, and it has the ligature, the CT ligature also. So
nice.
Anyway, there you go, people. That is, I'm probably gonna do a video on that one. So
you've assumed spherical geometry is blocking it in the distance. It gives you 3,958.8 miles, and in fact, it matches up to like 10 decimal places, the exact supposed radius of the Earth. What a coincidence! angular resolution limit of the eye can literally be reverse engineered, assuming the Earth's a sphere causing things to be obstructed, and you
Not at
get the
all. So many
exact
lines.
radius value, 3,958.8. That's a coincidence. If you're a globe earther, that's a coincidence.
Not at all.
So anyway, we could get into that if we need to. And then I'm going to run through, I think I have like a couple minutes.
Okay. Jeez.
We didn't even get through his opening.
No,
Still
no,
on
we're
his
at 2
opening.
hours. But the density of his lies are so extreme.
Yeah, it really needs this kind of depth, though.
Yeah. And you know, and the bulk of it is in his presentation, because he does this. This is his full-time thing.
Mhm.
He does this. He intentionally crafts these things so that he can deceive people as well as he can. This is his intention. So this particular one here, did you look at this fun one here?
No, definition. No, I actually, when I went over it, I did not go through his opening.
No.
So no, I did not look at this.
So, all right. So this top part here, that's his text here. The Civil Engineers Forum. I found the Civil Engineers Forum post. If you look at the bottom there, he cut off the bottom. Why did he cut off the bottom? So let's read what he wrote. Let's read what he wrote. Below are 5 definitions for various civil engineering forums or textbooks. He only shows this one. From Wikipedia, which specify the Earth's alleged curvature is ignored for surveying projects to 260 square kilometers, or approximately 100 square miles, or more specifically, to assume the Earth a flat plane. So if professional civil engineers and surveyors are trained to ignore over... And here's the lie. 20 meters, 666.6 feet of curvature to 206, that's his favorite number there, to 260 square miles. At what point are they trained to factor the Earth's alleged curvature? No an engineer. Okay. What they are not doing is ignoring curvature. Plane surveying is not about curvature. It's not affected by curvature, because differential leveling is what deals with elevation, and differential leveling has compensation for the curvature of the Earth. So he put this in here, cropped the bottom of that page. Did he crop it on purpose?
Let's find out.
Let's find out.
Because I see it says it should be noted that the difference in something.
It is to be noted that the difference in length? What length? Not curvature? It's not talking about curvature. The difference in length between the arc and the subtended chord on the Earth's surface for a distance of 18.2 kilometers is only 0.1 meters. Hold on a second. The difference in length, Witsit was talking, let's go back to he's talking about curve. Is it length or curve that they are not concerned about? It's length. It's
weird.
It's length. All right, I'll put this in here for everybody. Right in the chat there. You can have a look at it, but I'll pull it up right now. It continues. Plane surveys are carried out for engineering projects on sufficiently large scale to determine relative positions of features on the Earth's surface. So this isn't about curve. It's about relative positions. Plane surveys are used for the layout of highways, railways, canals, fixing boundary pillars, constructing bridges, factories. The scope and use of plane surveying is very wide. For the majority of engineering projects, plane surveying is the first step to execute them. So it's about the relative positions. It doesn't deal with curvature. Curvature doesn't play. It's about how far east and west and north and south something is positioned. And the reason why it can be done like that is because at 18 kilometers, there's only a difference of 10 centimeters. If that's okay for your project, then that's okay for your project. You're okay to do it at that precision. So think about this. If you're putting out a road 18 kilometers long, is it okay if that road is 10 centimeters off of the intended position? You have the road,
obviously.
You have the ditch on both sides. You have the leeway for all of the, not the leeway, the easement to go to the private property for the road. It's fine at 18 kilometers to be off by a small amount. Now, when you are here's where it comes in. When you're going to go between states, for example, right? You're going to have a road that goes between two different states, and they both have different coordinate systems that they're using. They need to do a rectification between those. And their only way to do that rectification is to use geodetic surveying techniques. You need to include the radius of the Earth in these rectifications that you do. That's not something a plane surveyor can do. But Witsit does. Witsit just says, "Oh, it's ignored. I'll just pretend that doesn't happen."
You said it earlier, right? It's ignored because Earth's flat, right?
Yeah. If you assume flat for planar surveying, that proves Earth flat, and it's actually measurements. If it was somehow, I don't know where he didn't have measurements, but if it's assumed globe for geodetic surveying, well, just ignore that.
It's because it's not a globe.
Yep.
Minutes left. We'll run through some basic evidences. So minute and a half. All engineering uses plane survey, which neglects any notion of a curvature up to 100 square miles. Then we do it in segments. That's 66 feet in each direction of
Again, not what it's about.
Curvature, yet we have to assume the Earth is flat to actually build things. So when people say still no flat Earth evidence right after this presentation concludes, they would be neglecting all actual engineering in the real world.
There was no actual flat Earth evidence there. Just because he said that doesn't mean that he provided flat Earth evidence. You would need to have measurements, actual cited measurements.
Specular reflections require a flat surface. You can't replicate one without one if the water was convex or concave.
You know, I missed that part of his presentation. I think I was,
so
was
stupid.
melting at this point because he did bring up specular reflections a few times later.
Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, I didn't even know what he was referencing because we would be talking about something completely random, nothing to do with this. And he would just say, well, I've already brought up specular reflections.
So think about this. You take a mirror, right? And put in that mirror a 0.1 degree curve and have it be 6 feet long. Right.
Well, they don't understand.
And then could you have a specular reflection in that mirror with 0.1 degree curve in it that's 6 feet long? Well, certainly you could not see with your eye a 0.1 degree curve in a 6 foot mirror.
Of course not. It's not a big enough change. It's just absurd.
Yeah.
I don't.
But 6 miles of Earth surface is 0.1 degrees. If you can't see it in a 6 foot mirror, you're not going to see it in a 6 mile lake. So dumb.
Maybe if you tried to measure something once, maybe you can figure out a way to measure something, but never been done.
So just this assertion without supporting evidence, right? And what's that?
The person making a positive claim has the burden of proof.
He didn't provide the burden of proof. How he would need to show the geometry where a 1 degree curve in 70 miles would prevent specular reflection, but he didn't do that.
Compare the two. Compare a flat versus
what would they look like?
What would they look
Wouldn't
like?
have that because you would have a diffused reflection. We have them over dozens of miles. Here's the horizon constantly moving, proving that it's optical. We have long distance laser tests. And here is a very interesting one. Let's see what Globeface says about this. So on a globe, the horizon is going down and away from your feet in all directions. It's a globe. But as we increase in altitude, the horizon rises with us.
So if you look at that, the horizon is above that arrow tip.
Yeah.
How could the horizon be above that arrow tip? If the Earth is flat, the horizon would have to be at the arrow tip.
At the arrow tip.
He proved in this right here that the camera is pointing down.
Was moving. Yep.
If you're going to do this,
the arrow should have stayed right on the horizon.
Pro tip, Witsit, next time, find one where over the course of the 100 feet or whatever that you're raising here, where it actually stays in the same place. That's going to help you so much more.
Oh my God.
But
yeah.
But this is the extent of evidence that he has, right? Because, you know, the horizon does not rise to eye level. If you rode a plane ever, which he has done, you could measure it. Here's my own personal measurement. That's the moon there. That circle is the moon. And below that square, that's the clouds. That's the horizon. It did not rise to eye level.
Yeah, but you're using a device that measures things.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You wouldn't
where
want to
he
measure
can just
things.
use a drone that we don't know where it's pointing as it goes up.
Yeah.
No
clue.
No clue.
This one here, this is an actual measurement. Oh, something flat earthers never do. Of the dip of the horizon, 3.3 degrees down at 11,000 meters. Do the math there, flatties. Do the geometry.
Any aircraft HUD will show you that dip as well.
Yeah.
But I suppose they want pilots to maybe, I don't know, crash. I guess they're not.
That would do it.
So as I get higher, the ground should be getting further and further away from my feet, down and away from me. On a plain Earth, it would rise with us, and that's quite literally what we see. So let's see if they get that right. And then I'm just going to wrap it up. We have long-distance mirror flashes, radio waves. We could get into all the specifics later, but we have many different tests that have falsified the curvature of the Earth. If the surface of the Earth is...
None of his tests falsified the curvature of the Earth. Not one. All right. So that was his presentation. Let's... Do we want to go over yours, or do we want to skip to the discussion?
I'm exhausted.
Or do you want to go to bed?
I can't believe I had to listen to that again. Yeah, I don't know why I'm putting myself through this. No, we don't need mine. Mine's standard.
Yeah, you brought up reciprocal zenith angles.
Yeah. Yeah, we can just go to the discussion.
The discussion on reciprocal zenith angles was hilarious. He has no clue.
Does not assume a flat Earth in the calculations. So saying they're assuming flat Earth in these calculations is absolutely nonsense.
So plane surveying doesn't treat the Earth like it's flat. It actually accounts for curvature.
Yeah, the basic formula.
So this is a common thing, and I don't think a lot of people know this. Differential leveling is where you deal with verticals, right? In most plane surveying is dealing with horizontals, not verticals. So it's not about the curvature. It's about chord length, and the chord length varies between a chord and over the surface. So the way that differential leveling deals with that is when you do differential leveling, you have a theodolite, or typically it's an auto level at a station, and you have a foresight and a backsight, and you look forward and you measure the on a sighting rod, if you've seen them holding a rod. Yep. Right. And then there's the guy looking through the auto level to read the number off of that. And they're typically reading it to hundredths of a foot or even thousandths of a foot. It's decimal feet is what is done for a lot of surveying. And then they do the same thing backwards to the back sight. And then they're hopping over each other, right? They do those two, and then they move around to the next station, and they do another foresight backsight. When they do the actual differential in there, they add one side and they subtract the other side, right, from the foresight and the backsight. And it's very important that the foresight and backsight distances are the same. And if they're not the same, then it's going to, your precision is going to suffer because of it. And so when you have the same distance, the curvature of the Earth one way and refraction one way, and the curvature of the Earth and refraction the other way are the same amount because the distance is the same. And on one side you add, on the other side you subtract. So the curvature and refraction cancel, forward and back cancel each other. That's how differential leveling deals with the curve. So differential leveling is the vertical portion of it, and you could put it under the umbrella of plane surveying, and it deals with the curvature of the Earth. So you can go 100 kilometers, 100 miles, and it's fine because you've dealt with the curvature of the Earth at every step.
Yeah, and I isn't that one of the main points of the reciprocal zenith angle measurements anyway? Because they, as you said,
yeah, these aren't reciprocal zenith angle measurements. I'm just talking about plane surveying.
No, I know,
Yeah,
I know. But in general, these reciprocal zenith angles, I mean, if you're doing the measurement at the same time, you can assume the refraction cancels each other out, right? Because you're
when you do reciprocal zenith angles, the refraction doubles. Yeah, because you're not adding and subtracting both directions. You're adding and adding. Right? So it increases both directions when you do reciprocal zenith angles. Right? But differential leveling,
the two angles together,
differential leveling isn't doing that. But yeah, when you use a theodolite to measure vertical angles over a long distance, they're typically doing geodetic surveying. So they're doing things to account for the curvature of the Earth and use that in the process.
Right.
So PhD Tony says, is the excess angle in reciprocal zenith angles equal to the angular separation of the two stations? I think only one direction is equivalent to the angle. Don't quote me on that though.
Well, the angular separation is what you're measuring. Is that what he's talking about?
No, yeah, he's asking about it. Yeah, is the excess angle in reciprocal zenith angles, right? So you measure as RZA, and you say, all right, well, we're this much apart, and we measured 20 arc seconds of overage. Are you 20 arc seconds away from each other on the surface of the Earth? Right? Is that the arc length you're subtending, or is it half that, 10? I'll leave that unanswered right now. I'm not gonna go off I'll leave that with that. I'm a bit busy right now. Let me do the math on that, or have somebody else talk about it. So, and yeah. The flurf in chat here, Nemo, you're good at what you do, but only the blind would not see what you're doing. What am I doing? Type out exactly what you think I'm doing. They taught you well, but not like your audience thinks. Who is they? I love that he thinks that the all-powerful they that has a multi-millennium in their mind death grip on the Earth, right? That nobody has leaked out. Well, here's how we did it. Here's it. None of that. And I have 20,000 subscribers.
Yeah.
They did all that, and I have 20,000 subscribers. You don't think they would give me more than that if they existed? Not to mention, Nemo, if they existed, Eric Dubé's first video never would have gotten out.
Yeah.
He would have been
a lot more.
Yeah, he would have been before any of that happened.
Yeah, I'm paid opposition on TikTok, but I'm live banned. Unfortunately, I can't lift my own live band. Permanently live banned. They make no sense. But Nemo, I implore you to look at who has the references that actually support their claims versus the other ones who don't.
Yeah,
It's just so simple.
Witsit did not bring one measurement, not one.
Yes, he did. All of plane surveying.
Oh my gosh! All right.
Formulas account for curvature, and even if it didn't, that's still not a measurement of flatness. That's assuming over short distances that something is negligible. Okay, I know what you're trying to say, right? But why does geodetic surveying take into account curvature in everything they do, right?
Wait, you're diverting away. So first you made the claim that there are no flat Earth measurements, and because it sounds good, you guys always say that, but there specifically are. All engineering uses plane survey, and I can read it right here. Quote,
You
plane
can
surveying
read-
is a survey in which the Earth's surface is assumed to be a plane and curvature of the Earth is ignored.
Yeah, you're
That
reading
this is used for
a
up to
Again, for chord length, not for curvature.
talking
hundreds-
point off Google. Okay, that's not a source.
what? This is
Yeah, that's not a source. I will
civil
put you on-
engineering textbook.
Really? What is the civil engineering textbook? Because I can pull you up a leveling surveying manual right now that tells differently.
All right, so it's a civil engineering textbook, and we're like 4 sources on here. I'll show it. I'll link it. But this
And of course, I'll link
Never
it.
linked it.
You never did.
Never linked it.
Every one of them will confirm that the Earth is a globe. It's a first
Still
law
waiting
of
for that
Flair.
link.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Earth curvature is ignored implies curvature. You can't ignore curvature if the curvature isn't there to ignore.
Well, the ignoring part's the conspiracy, right? They're just saying you have to ignore it because it doesn't exist.
It's a civil engineering textbook, but he doesn't say which one. Well,
And look at the smirk. The smirk.
oh
gets
yeah,
me every
yeah.
time.
It's the narcissism.
Oh yeah.
So let me just show you. I've got a textbook too, buddy.
Oh my God, another textbook.
An actual
Dueling
survey
textbooks.
textbook. And I'll give the citation: Elementary Surveying: An Introduction to Geomatics by Charles Galani. And the corners chewed up by my dog. No kidding.
Wow, literally ate your homework.
I've never had a dog chew a book before. But all right. Anyway, I don't know what page. Hey, I'll just say
We don't need it, but there's the reference.
it talks about the Earth being a globe a lot.
Nemo source.
Oh,
Source.
what's Nemo talking?
No, I'm just pointing out that.
Oh, yes, Nemo.
Every time you show a source.
Yeah. All right. I can actually bring it up. Hold on. I can bring up the I have screenshots of the PDF book that I have talking about the Earth being a globe.
Maybe Nemo can email Witsit and have him send us those links.
That'd be a good idea. Nemo, have him do that. All right, there's the book. Right. So the one you were just looking at. I mean, I showed this on screen here, right? This kind of flipped by on screen. So hold on. I've read not all of it. I've read a good chunks of this. I did a lot on understanding. Oh, look at that. A lot on understanding differential leveling. So there you go. That, this textbook you wouldn't want to cite there, Witsit, because it kind of doesn't help you.
This is actually kind of one of the things I was talking about. Don't you have this? Is this the book you have portions of it pasted on your website
Yes.
under leveling?
Yeah. So on my website,
The
I
level?
have mztune.net/level.
Yeah. It's actually one of the things I was talking about when I just said, I'll pull that up to Witsit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was this
There,
stuff.
there you go. Yeah. So, I mean, it's Merriam-Webster, having no part higher than another surface, conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. That's the adjective definition for level. That refers to the surface of the Earth. But now they'll cherry pick a definition for level that's not talking about the surface of the Earth and say, "Oh, see, look, no, find the definition of level that is appropriately applying itself to the curvature to the surface of the Earth." I actually had a flat earther claim that this was cherry picking.
This is cherry picking.
Yeah, because it's talking about the surface of the Earth. That is the opposite of cherry picking. To pick any other definition would be cherry
It's
picking.
cherry picking.
So anyway, there you go.
Yeah, there it is. There's the picture.
That's the same picture. But, page after page. And it's not new. This is from this was originally published in the late 1700s.
Oh, yeah.
This is not the first edition of it.
Oh, okay.
First editions are in the 1700s. On surveying, the theory and practice of surveying, containing all the instructions requisite for the skillful practice of this art.
Right.
There it is. A true level is a curve conforming to the surface of the earth as ABG. There you go, that curve. So when they say it was something, Flat Earth Dave has said it was something that has been created since the 40s. That everybody before that thought the earth was flat. That's what he says.
Yeah, well, he proved that by finding that one poor old senile lady that he exploited.
Yeah. If I was that lady's kid,
oh yeah,
I wouldn't. I won't say what I do to Dearth. I won't.
Let's not get you kicked off tonight.
This is what's so funny.
Sure.
This is obvious. Your model claims like, oh, the curvature is so small that it's basically negible. So when you look over long distances and assume that there's curvature, right, by actually cherry picking the data and then accounting for refraction.
Not cherry pick the data. That's the opposite too. He's just lying there.
And changing the R value. That is a measurement. But when it's more accurate at shorter distances using the exact same method, that is not a measurement. Is that correct? That's what you just said, right?
How is it more accurate at shorter distances? Why would that be a thing?
Because the accuracy of like a theodolite is much more accurate at shorter distances. This is why when we build things, we build them in small, like 100 to 200 feet increments of measurements because it ensures accuracy. As you increase turbulence of the medium in different types of conditions, right? The longer distance, you have to account for that more. That's why when they actually build things, they measure it in very small increments. So it's well known in every surveyor.
And that goes to the differential leveling. Right. If you go farther in your differential leveling, then the variations in the air and also the ability to read the measure, the rod that you're measuring there gets harder and harder, right? You can get stronger optics to read that measurement better, but the variations in the air, the turbulence in the air. So I asked Baron Rutledge, does surveying, he does differential leveling. I asked him, what's a typical distance between stations? 75 feet, he says.
75 feet.
75 feet between stations. Yeah, so you do your foresight, 75 feet, your backsight, 75 feet. And then do that, write it down, hopped, 75 feet past the rod man, set up your next station, do a backsight, have him move, leapfrog you around. Do your foresight. You're just leapfrogging as you go. That's what you do. And the shorter distances there improve the accuracy. So, and when you're looking at 75 feet, the amount of course, you're doing this differential, this adding, subtracting. So any curvature and refraction is neutralized for and backsight. But they're also very small. In 75 feet.
75 feet. That's probably negligible.
I see spin. We can assume you'd squeeze his hand harder. Poor Dearth. You hear I shook his hand in Tennessee and I heard it. I heard his hand. Yeah, his little dainty fingers were owie.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Sissy.
Nemo is like, do you really want me to explain how the globe scan was pulled? Yes. We want to hear all of your insane rambling and laugh at it, Nemo.
I would love to hear it.
Or, on the other hand, you could provide evidence for it, but we know you won't do that. The only thing you have is unfounded claims. What does Austin call that?
What do you mean by religion?
A belief system built upon the doctrine of men, void of empirical verifiable evidence.
Void of empirical verifiable evidence is what you have, Nemo. You don't have anything.
Here will tell you that obviously the shorter increment measurements are the most accurate ones.
That's because as you get further away, the curvature becomes more pronounced.
No, you just said, why would it be more accurate?
Yeah, because I wasn't listening to him. What's your point?
So you can see that the shorter measurements are more accurate.
Yes, shorter measurements are always more accurate, especially
Then
when
why'd
you're
you
talking
say
about
why
the
would they be
globe.
more? Why did you say why would they be more accurate? And
Please answer the question. Why over longer distances do we use geodetic surveying?
He knows he can't answer.
Mhm.
That's why that little pause. He's like, "Oh crap!
But
How do I not answer this?"
But as long as you smirk and act like you're right, and it's letting laugh and giggle,
Yeah,
it makes you seem like you got it right. So let's.
Yeah, if he had evidence, he wouldn't have a problem answering with a direct answer.
because people assume the Earth's a sphere.
It's assumptions. So when they build long distance things, we just have to assume things are curving to get them right.
Nope.
Like long distance tunnels.
No. So even when we build
Yes.
bridges, tunnels, all of that for all engineering, for 100 square miles,
Bridges are known to be diverting from each other, the towers. So that's a non-point. Again,
are you okay? So we use
Are you okay?
am I okay?
Yeah.
Am I okay?
His little tactics.
Yep.
He
Witsit
varies
tactic.
his tactics. For a while, he was doing you're getting crushed, bro. I'm totally destroying you, bro. Right? And he's moved on from that.
No, he started doing something like that later. I forget what he was doing. Oh, yeah. Oh, your own evidence destroyed you. Yeah, it was. Yeah, your own evidence destroyed you. I think he was going after.
That's precious.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Adorable.
Nemo Octavius 18 says, "Have you heard of the rectilineator experiment? Try it and see if your model's curvature is confirmed or not." The rectilineator is a concave Earth thing done by Cyrus Tweed in on the shores of Naples, Florida. I think it's Naples, back in the 1800s or early 1900s. They took these. You know about this? You know that the force the line idea that Brian Mullins, who could not possibly be a mechanical engineer to have such a stupid idea.
I haven't figured that one out yet.
The idea is take a piece of something, make it square, put it end to end, right,
Mhm.
and then support it, and then go a certain distance, and then do another one and another one and another one, and have every one of them be perfectly square in their intersection, have every piece of it be perfectly straight.
Yeah.
Right. That's the force the line from Brian Mullins. The rectilineator is the same thing, except they did not leave them in place. So they started in one place. They set up the rectilineator. They had 2 or 3 of them, and they were made of wood. They're very heavy wood, and they had screws between them to try to get them to be, perfectly butted square, right? But what was the precision of their squareness? They don't know. Nobody on their team had a way to quantify how good their squareness was. So if you think about it, you're going to go a mile. I don't remember exactly how far they went in the rectilineator, but you're going to go a certain distance. And if your first measurement, your first angle was off by, 0.0001 degrees, making up a number here, then that offness, that error, propagates through the entire rest of the measurement. So if you don't know the error margin of your first one, you don't know what the second one is. You don't know what the third one is.
Yeah, and it's just compounding.
Yeah. And then they're like, well, then they turned it around and they came back. So they went a certain distance and they came back. And they said, well, it tended towards the ground. It went down. These are concavers, right? They think that the Earth curves up, not flat. And then they went back and they got to the same place. Like, okay, what was the precision of the leveling that they did for that very first one? Because if you give them for conversation, give them a perfect intersection at every time. What was the leveling margin of error in the first one they did? Because think about it. 1 degree over 70 miles is
70 miles, yeah.
1 degree over 70 miles is the curvature of the surface of the globe that has been measured.
Right.
If how much do you need to be off to have that to be outside of that, to be 10
Right.
times more than that?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's an impossible request.
Yeah.
Essentially, what it is, right? It's just it's an impossible experiment.
Yeah.
On
Well,
both
and
sides.
yeah, it's the wrong way to measure something, because you can't construct something to be perfectly rigid like that, and the amount of angle, the margin of error of those angles is too precise. I mean, it's not. There's a possible way to do it.
You'd have to make the section so small that you can eliminate so many variables.
But on the other side, every
material.
single intersection is another error,
Right?
another margin of error in the angle. So you want them long, you want them short. You want them long, you need to make sure they're perfectly rigid. You want them short, you got to make sure that every one of your intersections isn't varying by a large portion. So when you look at the amount of necessary angle precision at each intersection, the magnitude of precision is very high. So
I wish there was like a device we could invent that could measure angles over distances.
if only there was.
If only. I'm going to work on that. I think that could be like we should get that and then use that to like try to measure
Good idea.
angular
If
change.
only somebody had done that. Nemo says, you're skirting the truth. Why can't you admit the truth, Lamau? I'm skirting the truth. Whatever that means. Lewin says, if you could find it, the old floor designs and construction designs of the Caesar Palace in Las Vegas had calculations for the curvature of the earth in it when they were engineering it. That's an interesting one.
Never heard of that one.
Yeah. I don't know how long it is. It's not as long as LIGO. LIGO's 4 kilometers.
Yeah.
And LIGO has, the engineering documents are published.
Oh, really? I got to check that out.
Yeah, I'll hook you up.
Nice.
Blue Marble Science did a good video on it, and he gives all the citations, so you can find it there too. But I've done a bit of the footwork to grab the documents already. So,
well, one of the famous ones is the tunnels in the UK, right?
yeah, they're
underground tunnels.
I
don't know if any of that was published though.
That's the trick. Yeah, you know, you don't generally publish those kinds of things just to go and get like if you needed them or something, you could go get them, or maybe those types of things could be found if you went there and requested them, but it's not just let me go on the internet and find it and it's already been there. I don't know.
No,
but LIGO did publish all of it, and you can go get their engineering documents.
Nice.
There it is. Icy Spin says I did a search for Caesars, and it looks like we'd have to reach out to Clark County Department of Building and Fire Prevention to obtain docs. And that's the thing, right? Those things are out there, and it takes some footwork, and sometimes you have to actually go in person, like especially for the older stuff. It's in a filing cabinet somewhere.
Yeah, but stuff like that, like that's, I mean, it's dedication, and don't get me wrong, I'm all about it, but at the end of the day, what does that get you? You know, you're going to go down there, go to the office, take a trip, get these documents. They're just going to nod.
Yeah.
I mean, at the end of the day, what is it really getting you?
Yeah. Well, you got to remember, this isn't. Hold on,
That's true. That's not for them. I mean, oh, there we are.
It's supposed to be you on screen there, but it's
That's
not.
me. That looks like me.
But on the
on
the live stream there. So hold on. Got it. That's good. I've had to reboot sometimes when OBS dies like that. Hi everybody, we're back. Zoom. I'm trying to reset so you can see Globey here. That's not it. I wish that it would. There it is. There we go. I wish OBS would alphabetize them. Okay, so what was I saying? It's not, you got to remember this. We don't need to I'm not trying to convince Witsit or whoever I'm debating. Right? So when they what that is an opportunity is to show the viewers that when given evidence, they don't do the rational thing. They do the dishonest, irrational, whatever thing. And
Right.
that's the thing, right? Go do whatever you do, find that evidence, put it out there, and when they say, that's what you're doing. You have to, because you don't have evidence for your position. The is your confirmation that you just give up.
Right.
You don't have a response to it. So that's the purpose of it. And when they do that, that's the point. That's I'm accomplishing my goal when they reject things for no reason.
Oh yeah. One of my favorite things I did was the Southern Cross observation live, right, from the multi-continent. Such a simple, stupid little thing, right? But now they just say, "Nuh-uh, I need to do 3. I need to have 3 observers."
The 3 wouldn't change it though.
3 doesn't excuse you from not being able to explain 2.
Yeah.
Right. But that's the fun of it. Like, I get what you're saying. The fun of it is to show them the 2 and watch them try to squirm their way out of the 2. Right. Yeah, I think that I actually got a lot of people on the fence, like you're talking about, right? That came over because of observations like that. So
yeah,
I got to remind myself it's not for them, it's for the others.
Yeah.
But I did find someone in Brazil reached out to me.
Yeah.
So, but that's my point. Like, do I want to go through this effort now to try to coordinate a 3-continent live observation of the Southern Cross, or, whatever? It's like, I already proved it with 2, but I'll probably end up doing it because I'm a stubborn ass.
Yeah.
But yeah, that'll be fun.
It's particularly difficult because you got to get 3 locations. You got to get the right time of year, the right time of day, and the right weather.
The weather's a killer. I've tried to do it a few times.
Yeah.
With just 2 in the weather, and it seems to always be cloudy down there for some reason.
MXXXD says, I'm in Uruguay, Globey. I can help.
Oh, awesome.
How can MXXXD contact you? TikTok?
Yeah. TikTok. Hit me up. DM me on TikTok. Or on YouTube. I have YouTube, same name.
All right, there you go. But you can't DM on YouTube.
No, there's no way to contact on YouTube?
No.
Or anything? You can't at people?
They actually had 5 years ago, they had like a DM system and they got rid of it. People did not use it much, but I used it a couple times before they ditched it.
It's one thing I think is missing, right? Like, even when you're in the chats here, right? It's hard to at people.
Yeah. Well, if you're on mobile, if you're on desktop, you can at, and it'll do. You type 2 letters, and you can pick. On mobile,
is that what it is?
You can't even do that. Yeah, you can't even do that on mobile. I don't know why. No. So MXXXD is Max, one of the hosts for the show Matters Now. I don't know how that helps you, but
I don't know either. But just hit if you're on TikTok, MXD. I would love some help.
All right, I got a few things to. I've got a backlog of stuff. Oh yeah. So that's a good one. Icy Spin says go over DFE fake source emails from Witsit with Globey.
Say what?
So remember when
the fake the AI fake sources?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
ChatGPT.
Yeah, so set that up. I don't know how far that is into the stream. I'm not going to be able to find it offhand.
Yeah, oh man, where'd that come up? It must have come up at the end because it was just a moment that I felt like insulting him because of his references. I couldn't give you a timestamp, but yeah, it just came up because he wouldn't provide references, and then I said, well, even if you do provide references, they're gonna be bullshit ChatGPT broken links. And then he proceeded to, I think, blame you for that somehow.
He did. Yep.
Yeah. He blamed
Well,
you. He said you.
let's-
I don't remember what he
Yeah.
said.
Let's bring it up here.
Perfect.
So, and
He,
then
he claimed to have sent those links to someone to verify if they were real,
yeah.
which doesn't make any sense anyway.
Yeah.
Because
So-
you don't chat GPT links and then send them to a friend and go, can you tell me if these are real?
Yep. So, all right. Well, here I have four things of Witsit caught lying. It's number 1 here. So this is the email to Bryant Myers. So that
Yep.
so Witsit puts on us that we said he was bragging that he had. This is not the case. That he had some citations supporting electric gravity. He says that we were claiming that he was bragging about it. I never said that. It was how he framed these citations. And so I have these screenshots. Let me see here. I'll everybody you can look on your own. Witsit, you can look on your own too.
Oh,
You
this
can
is
look
gonna
at
be
your,
bad.
it's in your sent items. So he said, I have finally tracked down these papers about thunderstorms. Not ChatGPT, not a friend, not Gleam. He says, I tracked them down about thunderstorms affecting gravimeter readings and downward acceleration rates, but most of them are behind paywall or institutional access. And so he's asking, not a problem with him asking. The problem is
Sure.
how he framed it. He said he tracked them down, but also it shows his lack of research because these were generated by ChatGPT. We know that now. Bryant didn't know that. I did not know that when it came to me. But Witsit could have gone to, you see this C. Voigt and J. Indy and F. Schilling, 2004, Thunderstorm Effects on Relative Gravimeter, Journal of Geodesy, Volume 8, or Year 88, or whatever those are. And page 777 to 786, right? So you can actually go, this DOI link does not work. But you can go and you can search for the Journal of Geodesy. You can get volume 88, issue 8. I think that's what that means. Right? And then you can go download that. Not all of those are behind paywalls. I don't remember offhand which, but some of these are not behind paywalls, the actual journal. Right? And then look at page 777, and I did this for every single one of these. Page 777 is not the beginning of an article. It's the middle of an article. And it's not an article by C. Voigt or J. Indy or F. Schilling.
Yeah. It's definitely not about thunderstorm effects.
And every one of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of these, this is the same thing. You can go get the journal. I got the journal.
Right.
I got the volume. I got the issue number. And I looked at the page number. Not one of them has an article starting on that page, right? He could have done that. He didn't.
That's the basics, what you do, right?
Yes.
Well, yeah, you chat GPT something. The basics is you should verify if those things are even.
But this is super important. None of them are behind paywalls or institutional access, because if you click the DOI link, doi.org says that does not exist, which is dramatically different than this is a paywall. You know,
right.
You go to a page and it says you need to pay money to download this. You need to log in through your institution. None of them said that. Not one of those said that.
That's exponentially worse. So what you're telling me is he didn't even click the link.
He might have clicked the link. I suspect he clicked the link.
But the link didn't work.
But the link gave him probably a 404 or a DOI.
Right.
If you go to doi.org, it says that doesn't exist.
If he had done that, he would have I would assume he would have been smart enough to not then send them to someone and say these are behind a paywall. I mean, unless he assumed the broken link meant they were being protected. I don't know. That's maybe.
It shows the quality of his research.
Either way, it's a very very.
All right, so
telling.
Icy Spin sent me the thing. 3 hours, 19 minutes, 17 seconds. Let's see here.
These guys are good.
3 hours, 19 and 17. He gets all spicy, as James would say.
How about
You guys
searching?
don't know what words mean.
How about
Ironic.
searching for papers using ChatGPT and sending those links out as if they mean something?
That's another lie. So
It's
what
not a
actually?
lie. We saw it happen.
That's another lie. So what actually happened was I did ask ChatGPT for extra sources once. I couldn't find them. I
Last
reached
time.
out. This is what actually
Okay.
happened. I
That's
emailed
gold
Brian.
mining.
I emailed Bryant Myers and I said, "Look, I can't find any of these papers. You used to be a professor. Do you have like access?"
So, I mean, it's super clear. He did not say I used ChatGPT in this email. He says I have finally tracked down these papers.
Using ChatGPT. He just forgot.
He
to type
left
it.
that off.
Forgot to type it.
He
out.
left that off. Right? It's very clear what he just said, and it's very clear in this email. They don't match. The stories don't match.
To databases? Maybe these are old papers. They got pulled, but you
Old papers, maybe they got pulled. So let's I can grab one of these DOI links. We'll look at what the actual link looks like when you
click on
when
it.
you go to it. Yeah. Give me a
So
second here.
that was his excuse for why the links didn't work. They pulled them.
I don't know. So he didn't say, right? Well, he said they're behind institutional access, but this is what happens when you actually click on it. DOI not found. This does not say institutional access. This does not say paywall.
Right.
The blatant lie.
Yeah. The link doesn't exist. That thing does not exist.
Okay, so there's all those, but that's not where it ends though, because Bryant says, wait a second, none of those work, and so he comes back. So he says, yeah, I think I got them all mixed up. It's a mess. Haha. No, Gleam did not give them to me but check this paper out. Turns out I may not be so crazy after all, it appears. So he changes the topic there.
Yeah, he's glancing over the fact that he just made all those up. What the hell is that? Oh,
and then let's see, Brian. So I sent you all right, so here's the third email. I sent you those papers after getting a lot of them mixed up on accident.
oh.
So it went from I tracked them down to
Wait.
all mixed up, it's a mess, to which is a second and third kind of match. Got them all mixed up on accident.
Okay, yeah, but read the next part.
And I guess someone sending, oh yeah, that's right. And I guess someone sending me some bad links or something, still haven't figured it out. So that's the part there.
Oh, so he admitted it's ChatGPT now because he's been found out, but in his email he said he just got confused.
Email number 3, someone sent them to him.
Oh.
Now, did someone do ChatGPT and send them to him, or did he do ChatGPT and lied about someone sending it to him? It doesn't matter, because the first version of it was he tracked them down. So there's in no way can any of this be truthful.
And in my conversation with him, he essentially admitted it was ChatGPT, just that he was trying to claim he did that and then sent them to Bryant to
So 2 weeks ago, he admitted that when he said, I finally tracked these down, he was lying. It was ChatGPT. And when he said, I had them all get mixed up, it's a mess, he was lying because he knew it was ChatGPT. And when he said, I guess someone sending me some bad links or something, still haven't figured it out, was a lie because it was just ChatGPT.
Interesting how his story's changing.
Yeah, but the screenshots don't change. They're the same.
That's the unfortunate part of
And
screenshots.
this is the extra part of it. Witsit sent it from a Gmail address. Right?
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if you know email, but I know email. And
I mean,
it's
not what you're getting at. I don't know what you're getting,
it's
getting at.
it's what I do. I write email
Right.
software. Gmail.com signs all of their emails with DKIM. Where it takes the body of the message plus select headers. It does a cryptographic hash of the contents of it and does a cryptographic signing of it with a private key owned by Gmail. The public key is published as a TXT record in the DNS. So you can, if Witsit were ever to come back and claim that these were modified, that what we're seeing here wasn't what he sent, right? So this is in case Witsit's like, oh, you forged this, right? Those original emails were signed by Gmail, and I could just call Bryant and say, hey, Bryant, can you send me the original unmodified email? I'll run it through a DKIM verifier and make sure that it has not been modified.
Yeah, good stuff.
Right. Okay. And then diversion 3 is all right. So now this is my favorite one though. See this?
This is so fascinating, by the way. I'm like so enthralled in this right now.
This is my I can't tell you how much I love this one. So he says, dude, I did not ask you to pay for anything. I thought you might have access to some of the papers via your credentials. The papers got jumbled up. Is excuse number 4. Got jumbled up.
Given up improper links again.
And was given improper link. Yeah. And could not find the papers. So again, he has admitted this is a lie. The fourth email in a row that he has admitted is a lie. And could not find the papers. I was trying to see if I could find them. You twist everything. Oh, again, that paper, what paper, dunks on you and humiliates you because you mocked me to such an embarrassing extent, saying how those exact things you cannot rebut it. It's hilarious. There are many experiments for G other than your fairy tale physics. He has provided exactly none. Weird that Witsit would make a claim about an experiment and not have a citation. Anyway, you haven't even read the paper. So this is talking about this paper by Konstantin Mies.
Okay.
That he recently sent out, and that's a whole different story.
But
It's
how
another
dare
first.
he accuse anybody of not reading a paper?
It's another
How
first
dare you?
law. It's another first law of flirt.
Of
All
course
right.
it is.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. So really, it's just that you're a narcissist. Anyways, projection there. Anyway, so this is here. This.
What's all that?
What is all that is a great question. So let me see here. I'm looking for where he introduces that. I don't know if he does. But anyway, so F equals K Q1 Q2 over R squared. So that is the formula for Coulomb's law, electrostatics, where F is the force between charges Q1 and Q2 and the magnitudes of the charges. R is the distance between them, and K is the Coulomb constant. 1 over 4 epsilon naught squared.
Is he explaining this to?
So this all pasted stuff here. You're like, well, what is this? This is some algebra for somehow equating Coulomb's law with Newton's law of gravity.
Oh my God!
With the gravitational law. But you see this alternating lines? What is this alternating lines? Dark colored and you know what that is?
I don't know. Please tell me.
If you on a Mac type something into ChatGPT, copy, and then paste into an email, it retains the formatting. this is the formatting from ChatGPT. That's what we're seeing.
Come on.
The formatting from ChatGPT. So somehow he prompted ChatGPT to try and equate Coulomb's law with the
Coulomb's law.
gravitational law.
To Newton's
Right?
law.
And he posted this. He posted this to Bryant as a brag about the them being equivalent somehow, right? But Witsit, not having a damn clue how to do math, couldn't read it and see that it's a jumbled mess. Right? It's an absolute mess. So
this is what he's claiming to be the dunk.
no, the dunk is a different thing.
Oh, the dunk.
We
is
can
that
cover the
paper.
dunk in a minute if you want. This is also, he thinks, a dunk.
This is another dunk.
All right, so now we can derive the. I'm down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm down to line 6. Now we can derive the acceleration due to gravity g from Coulomb's law. So this is what he must have asked ChatGPT to do.
Yes.
By
derive it from
considering the gravitational force between 2 point masses m1 and m2 at a distance r apart, according to Newton's law of universal gravitation. There it is, F equals g m1 m2 over r squared, where Fg is gravitational force between the two masses, g is a gravitational constant, r is a distance. We can equate the two expressions, equate this expression to Coulomb's law by setting the force due to gravity equal to the force due to electrostatic repulsion between two protons, which have the same charge, at a distance equal to the diameter of a proton. And then it doesn't do that. And Witsit doesn't know that this isn't doing that. Is Fg equals Fe equals K times Q squared over I don't know how ChatGPT got this.
Yeah, I didn't get that.
2 over 2r squared. I don't know why it's 2r squared instead of r squared.
R squared.
I don't know. Where Q is the charge of a proton. Solving for G. Now there's no G in there.
No.
There's Fg, which is not G. It's the force due to gravity, not the gravitational acceleration. Solving for G, we obtain G equals capital G, which isn't in that equation, m1, which isn't in that equation, over r squared, equals kq squared over 4r squared times m1. It's not algebra. It's not correct. None of this is right.
Yes,
Right?
it is. Yes, it is. Because the bottom paragraph says, therefore, we have derived the acceleration due to gravity, G, from Coulomb's law.
So anyway,
Says it right there.
so then it does the substitution. I'll spoiler. The substitution isn't an accurate substitution even.
Wow, shame.
Then G approximately equal 9.8 meters per second squared. Therefore, we have derived the acceleration due to gravity. So this is all okay. So that
embarrassing.
paragraph there is ChatGPT that ends with reflect the true nature of the gravity or electromagnetism. So
Yeah.
However, it should be noted, Witsit didn't read this. It should be noted that this derivation is based on certain assumptions and simplifications may not accurately reflect, right? It's based on, it didn't do the algebra right? So let's remember, ChatGPT is a language model. You ask it to do something and it outputs something that looks like it's right. That's what it's doing.
Well, sure. It set the force due to gravity equal to the force of electrostatic repulsion between two protons.
Yeah.
Why?
What? But it didn't do the math right.
It didn't even do the math right.
Yeah.
But that was the assumption that enabled them to even try to equate the two. But why? How is that a valid assumption?
Yeah. Okay. So now this last paragraph. So Witsit copy pasted that without removing the formatting from ChatGPT into the email. Then this bottom part here, it's not ChatGPT, it's Witsit's words that starts with that's.
Yes.
You see this? So it's off screen on here. I'll fix it. So
Yeah, it's obvious that's where he starts talking.
Yeah, I will. Okay. There, I'll fix it. It's a screenshot, so I can't redo the text.
Oh yeah.
I say that's something different than the paper. You defend archaic, incompetent, outdated physics.
David
Witsit, who's like, well, here's this thing by Poincaré and And you didn't even read this from Lorentz, and what about this stuff from 18 blah blah? Like all those things were just were hypothesized that didn't go anywhere because it wasn't right. Anyway, archaic, incompetent, outdated physics, and pretend it makes you smart. Pretty funny. You should read that paper, the Mies paper. But you're scared. It supports a ton of what I've been saying, and you claimed it was easily disproven, and I was an idiot. Yes, you are, Austin.
Well, yes.
I only reached out to you if you could find the papers with any research. Yeah, you showed out your true colors, but my fault for expecting anything else. Peace.
Peace. I can't explain the level of embarrassment that this
Yes.
would cause me if I did this publicly.
And he defends it. He's like, they were attacking me. You lied. It's clear. So
But this is so premeditated. Like, it's so premeditated.
yeah,
Like, he did this, copy and pasted it, and then was like, had the audacity at the end to like try to claim like he has the moral high ground here, or the intellectual high ground.
yeah.
I just don't get the confidence. The confidence of the ignorance is what baffles me.
Yeah. Well, it comes with the narcissism and the top leftiness. Top leftiness.
Top
Right.
leftiness.
So, all right. So here's the paper that he's talking about. This is the one by Konstantin Mies. I'm not certain it's Mies, but I think it's Mies. Long E.
Sounds good to me.
He's from France, not Germany. If it was Germany, it'd be mice.
It's not Constantine either, right?
Whatever it is, it's pronounced in French,
Constantin?
which I'm certainly never going to get correct.
Nope.
Anyway, so this is the paper he's talking about, right? And the Witsit's claim is that gravity is electrostatic. Remember?
Yeah. Yep.
So
Absolutely.
here's this paper. The electromagnetic nature of gravitation and antimatter anti-gravity surmise on quantum vacuum gravitation and cosmology. It's a lot in the paper in this and it's 20 pages, but it's still an awful lot for 20 pages to be claiming.
And this
so
is probably a translation, right?
I don't know. It's well written.
Okay.
The English is okay. There are a couple mathematical errors in it, but
That's concerning.
let's take for the conversation, Witsit. I'll grant you, Witsit, that this paper is good and that it is solid. It's
Boy.
not, but it doesn't help him.
But it doesn't even matter.
It doesn't matter because read these words here. Matter, antimatter, anti-gravity.
Anti-gravity.
So this paper is trying to find an electromagnetic source, the electromagnetic quantum vacuum. We get down to he makes up this I don't know, a variable transient charge. Yeah, here, mass charge equivalence. So he's trying to claim that there's an equivalence between mass and charge. And he has this formula he's working on, and it's this one here. Is it the quantized amplitude constant? Or does he have a different one? I don't know. His point is that mass attracts mass. He's not refuting mass attracting mass. He's saying that there's a different mechanism than general relativity, right? Which, okay, fine, cool. I'm glad that somebody's looking into this. Good luck. It's a hill to climb, but there is something beyond relativity, and I hope somebody finds it someday. And it's this kind of work that is necessary to find it.
Sure. And we have Austin to thank.
We have Konstantin Mies to thank.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Constantine.
So yeah, I mean, here he's doing this gravitational stuff, gravitational constants, right? So if you're trying to disprove gravity, then I don't know why you'd want gravitational constant in there.
Yeah, you start off on a bad.
It's not it's not a good thing. All right. So, I mean, he's using right here is the law of gravity right there, right? G m1 m squared, G m1 m2 over r. And this error here, I think is supposed to be negative, right? Because this is the gravitational, it's not the law, it's the field, gravitational potential. I don't know. But you can see here, this is part of the right side is part of Coulomb's law, 4 pi epsilon naught, the two charges times a constant over r, right? So he's doing this, he's trying to work this equivalence thing. This is similar to what Witsit was trying to do.
Yeah, it looks very similar
with this, right?
Right. Yeah.
It's a bit more sophisticated, but in the end, he's saying that mass attracts mass, and there's a mass charge equivalence, but mass still attracts mass. It's just a different mechanism underneath, which doesn't help because still the Earth would collapse into a sphere because mass still attracts mass. But now this is cool. The surmise on quantum push gravity. So he says in here, this paper, so let's take Witsit, let's take this paper for a minute for the discussion. This is the cause of the expansion of the universe. That's what he's saying. That quantum push gravity is what is the dark energy replacement. He's trying to replace dark energy too.
Well, to be fair, this could be the half of Witsit that just believes in geocentrism, right?
Yeah. Well, no, because geocentrism doesn't allow for an expanding universe either. Not like normal cosmology does. All right, here's what this is keen on is the guy's electromagnetic quantum field thing, whatever. Yeah. I haven't read it for over a year. I don't remember. It's not awesome, but whatever. Oh, Witsit is totally awesome. It's great work. Anyway, so he proposes here that antimatter is the opposite, has a repulsion, a gravitational repulsion. That's what he's claiming.
Okay.
Right. So until when this was published in 2022, none of that had been measured. So it's a fine proposal. It wasn't the common hypothesis. The hypothesis was that antimatter also had regular gravity interaction. But okay, fine. But that's part of his matter is universe is expanding thing. So anyway,
well, I mean, that's actually an interesting concept.
So it is. But here's the problem for Witsit, right? This paper doesn't support anything, not one thing supporting flat Earth. It's Big Bang, it's expansion of the universe, it's mass attracts mass, it's mass and antimatter, or matter and antimatter, opposite gravitational field. Since then, in late 2023, so about a year and some after this was published, it was confirmed that antimatter does experience normal gravitational pull like regular matter does.
Yeah. So, but he's just, again, trying to discredit relativity.
Right? No. This one isn't about relativity. This one is about gravity and being electrical in nature.
Right. Well, so he's trying to replace, I assume that's what he's trying to do, right? Replace Einstein's theories here, right? I mean, it's not relativity, it's electrostatics.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So he's just trying to just discredit relativity in that sense. He's not trying to actually come up with anything himself here.
No. But according to Witsit, let's see, pretty funny. You should read that paper. It supports a ton of what I've been saying, and you claimed it was easily disproven, and I was knitting. it's not a great paper in reality, right? There's a lot of problems with it. And the hypothesis about antimatter having an opposite repulsion to matter, a gravity-based repulsion was found to be wrong. But let's see what he calls it. He says dunks.
You said that several times.
This
Paper
paper
dunks on you. It was the other one.
Yeah, that paper dunks on you, dude. That paper, accepting everything in that paper, destroys flat Earth. It doesn't help.
What was the other email though?
So
He said
dumb.
dunks, and then he said like, "You're an idiot" or something. Oh man, what was that?
There's too many.
I know there's too many at this point.
All right.
Yeah, it wasn't this one.
Let's see. Is there? I don't know if there's more that's relevant here. Oh
look, here he's admitting it was ChatGPT.
Is that where? Oh, there it is. Yeah. I asked ChatGPT to help track down numerous papers I could not find, many of which someone sent me. Oh my gosh. There's another. Oh, I forgot.
They sent him, but he couldn't find them. So
the links took me to dead links or other papers. I got my list all mixed up because I had dozens of papers all over my computer / Telegram pulled up. Here are a couple more examples. And these at least one of these, well, these first two is actually the same, but just different links to it. On the influence of intense thunderstorm activity and high precision gravimetric observations. Guess what? Guess what will happen if you look at that?
It completely verifies his claim.
No, of course not.
Shit, I got it wrong. It's backwards.
Yeah, all right. I happen to have read that entire paper. Let's see here. All right. I'll pull it up here quick.
It literally proposes a direct equivalence between Coulomb's law and the law of gravitation, since gravitation is not a universal constant and it's electromagnetic in nature. It proposes, yeah, sure, proposes.
That's it.
Doesn't mean it's right.
Yeah,
just proposes.
And that's what he doesn't. He doesn't even understand how research works at all. Right? Somebody writes a paper, okay, but it doesn't mean that it is, the state of the art, or that it's been accepted, or any of that.
Right. He thinks if there's a written document about something, then it's true.
And it's been through whatever he thinks it needs to go through, right? Peer review. And, a lot of articles, this Mies article probably didn't have a real strong peer review process.
No. But in all fairness, you guys act like schoolgirls. You, of course, will have to deal with all your own karma. You feels me? Peace. That's the cutting edge mind of flurfism, leading the way in scientism. You feels me?
All right. Here is that paper. Here it is. On the influence of intense thunderstorm activity and high precision gravimetric observations. Right. It's all 3 pages. It has a relative gravimeter. Here's a picture of it. The results of the measurements. This is probably all you need right here. They track the graphs of variations in gravitational acceleration. The gray line shows tidal curve, and the thick black lines shows curves measured by gravimeters. And it's hard to see. I'll zoom in more. There's a gap. You see that little gap there?
Mm-hmm.
So that gap, the non-jaggedy line. So the lighter gray lines is the actual measurements.
Mm-hmm.
And the thicker black jaggedy line is the averaging, some stochastic averaging of the measurements or something. And that line that's not jaggedy, the smooth one, that's the prediction based on tidal. Now, tidal, the position of the moon, right?
Yeah.
Gravity varies based on the position of the moon, and the instrument is sensitive enough to identify that. And they have people have such a good understanding of the variations due to tide that these instruments have them built in, right? And you can get the data with or without it. So this right here, do you see that gap, that vertical gap? The thicker line is below the predicted line. That means that the gravitational pull, the gravitational acceleration is lower than the predicted amount for that location.
Mm-hmm.
When the thunderstorm is in the vicinity. The reason why is because there is water in the air. Water has more mass than air because it's condensed water, not gaseous water, pulling up, adding an upward vector to the total gravitational acceleration, reducing it vertically. So that little gap there is because there is more mass in the air above the gravimeter in the form of thunderstorm clouds.
I mean, look, that makes sense. I mean, is that the conclusion? Is that they talk about that in here?
Yes.
That's literally their conclusion in here, and
yes,
and this is what he's referencing.
Yes.
Wow.
This directly contradicts.
It's mind-boggling.
His rejection of gravity. This completely supports gravity.
It's literally caused by gravity, according to
yes.
You can't make this shit up.
And the way that they even know this is around this vicinity, I think is it's surrounded by like a reservoir.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And the reservoir has an overflow. So the amount of water in the reservoir is always the same even if it's raining, because it overflows and goes away.
Right.
So there's your constant. You don't get more water. So if you're in an area where there's spongy ground and it rains, then the gravitational force increases when it rains because there's water in the ground.
Yeah, it's being absorbed.
They've controlled for that. This is beautiful. They controlled for that because there's a reservoir that will always have the same amount of water in it. But above it in the air, there's a different amount because of the water in the rain cloud.
Water in the atmosphere, yeah. That's amazing. That's absolutely amazing.
The thin red line in the figure shows the calculated tidal effect, and the two thick solid green lines depict the filtered readings of the two gravimeters as seen in figure 2. Gravity accelerates caused by the tidal effect dropped by 2 to 3 microgal during the 9-hour period of the thunderstorm, almost synchronous deviations with identical amplitude detected by the two gravimeters. The observation effects is probably due to the large mass of rain clouds against the relatively low thunderstorm cloudiness of the atmospheric thunderstorm front.
Yes.
So there you go. Icy Spin says, he goes on to say at 3/19/48 that MC Toon did a video and claimed that actually I claimed they were real and just went around claiming they were real, and I had read them and all the Globers repeat that lie. Actually, I just reached out to a professor. Yeah. So he lies about what I said I did, right? At no point did I say this. So let's go to 3/19/48. Let's listen.
You can find them or something. I can't even verify if they're real. Can you help me find them? And then he sent them to
3
McToon.
seconds.
McToon did a video and claimed that actually I claimed they were real, and just went around claiming they were real and I had read them.
I never did that. And I can prove that because the video where I exposed all this is still publicly available. I mean, he could have just watched the video, but he never did.
That's too easy. And we already just saw the evidence of him contradicting himself on this matter.
Yeah, but what did I say he did with these papers is a question. It's a valid question. And what I say is easy to find because here's the link right there. So the just for reference here.
It's so annoying having all these receipts.
All the receipts.
It must be so hard for flat earthers.
That's not it. All right, hold on. I'm just gonna get the thumbnail I made. There it is. Witsit, this is the thumbnail you need to go find. Pathological narcissistic grandiosity.
I love it.
That's the thumbnail for the video that you need to find. All of your responses to this video have confirmed your pathological narcissistic grandiosity. But this is the video right here. You can see right here where I'm going over all of this. And so if you can find the part where I said those things that you said I said, you go right ahead. I know you won't. I know you won't. Because they don't exist. I never said that about you, Austin. I have the receipts, you don't. Again, you are used to never showing your citations. I am used to showing my citations. I just have.
And now all the Globers repeat that lie. When actually I just reached out to a professor and said, I can't tell if these are real. It's funny how all the stuff you say.
No, Austin, you claimed that you got them. Then you claimed somebody gave them to you. Then you claimed that you got them mixed up. But all the time you knew they were from ChatGPT.
I want to know what he's looking at over there too.
Does he have a screen there?
I don't know. He did it the entire time.
I think that must be where he has the Zoom screen.
Maybe. Such a weird look.
Yeah. I mean, my camera is there.
Yeah.
My Zoom screen is here, right? I have stuff over there, but I try to look at the camera.
Yeah, well, this happens at work all the time, right? You got to have your Zoom screen on the same thing as your camera, otherwise you're looking like a do-do-do.
Yeah.
But yeah, blatantly lying. But it's all right.
Yeah, totally fine for a flat earther to lie. None of the other flat earthers will call him out on it.
Of course not. Of course not.
Yeah.
So what else did he say here?
Oh, Nemo is making a very specific claim. Well, Nemo, please feel free to support your claim with evidence. You'll see it as it scrolls by there. It's a very specific claim and can be backed up with receipts if it's true. So go ahead. I see Spinsters have been waiting for this moment since that moment. Yeah. Well, there you go. So Witsit, thank you again for showing the true character of the flat earther. I mean, I did a video exposing that you lied, and you lied about the video where I exposed your lies. Think about that. You could have watched it. Maybe you did. I don't know. But you lied about what I said.
Yeah, I don't know how they live with themselves, to be honest with you.
How?
Wait.
It's because this describes him.
Oh, yep, there it is right there.
That's how. This is him. Right? A pathological liar believes their lies. A compulsive liar might not, but a pathological liar does.
Yeah.
And the grandiosity, he thinks he's all that.
Well, look, you got to give him credit for doing what he does. I mean, he does it better than most. But
he fools them better than most.
He fools them better than most. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, isn't that what the whole point of it is? Who can fool them better than the others?
Yeah. I mean,
right.
How much effort did he put in to that video, to the debate, to not ever show anything ever? Right. And then at the end of it, here's the question. At the end of it, when, I don't know, did they do an after show or something?
There was a Q&A, and then that was really it.
They didn't do an after show.
No. What is that a typical thing?
I don't know. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I'll get you on screen again. Last time I tried to get you on screen, it died. So I'm gonna do something different here. Yeah. So if what they do, they take a. Oh, hold on. They do a debate. They don't present evidence for flat Earth. They fool their followers into thinking that it was a good showing, and then they take a victory lap.
But they're only fooling their followers, which is fine by me.
Yeah. It's fine. Take a victory lap. Pat yourselves on the back. You did awesome. But when I'm looking at it, I'm saying, well, my goal isn't to convince them. My goal isn't to do anything other than to shine a spotlight on how horrible they are, how they don't have any evidence, how the evidence that they're given, they just hand wave away, right? When you talk to him about reciprocal zenith angles, right? Reciprocal zenith angles measure to more than 180 degrees when you sum them. This is impossible on flat Earth. With refraction, it would have to be less than 180 degrees, but neglecting refraction, which they always want to do, would be exactly 180 degrees. What does he say about it? Instead of addressing that in the debate, he wants to talk about margin of error, and he wanted to talk about, well, it never perfectly matches the globe. Well, hold on a second. Did it perfectly match flat Earth? No.
And you can do those measurements 1,000 times, and they're never going to match flat Earth, or even get close.
Here's the standard of evidence. If it didn't match globe perfectly, if there was a margin of error in the measurement, then it's unacceptable. If it didn't match flat Earth perfectly, what doesn't matter? That's fine. It's okay.
Yeah.
So, right.
Yeah. Yeah. It's unreasonable expectations. That's another fallacy. I forget exactly the words it is, right? That's definitely another fallacy. But that's what they want to do. Instead of addressing the fact that no one's ever taken a theodolite out and measured and determined that the Earth is actually flat, let's not address that. Let's talk about how they take 20 measurements and get rid of 2 because they're erroneous, right?
Well, and that was
2 measurements that are outliers.
Yeah.
They're literally called outliers for a reason. We'll throw those out. Now, you threw those out. Shouldn't have done that.
Well, he said this. He said, you take a statistical mean that's closer to the desired output. Something along those lines. He doesn't know what a weighted mean. He said a weighted mean. He doesn't know what a weighted mean is.
Yeah.
What do you think he thinks a weighted mean is?
Man. So, if he's saying you take a weighted mean closer to, it sounds to me like he's just saying you take you take all your observations, you throw out the ones you don't like, and then you just take the average of those you do like. That's what I would assume he means by that, because that's not weighting anything. He's calling it a weighted mean.
Yeah, he has no idea what a weighted mean is. So yeah, he thinks a weighted mean is, this is my interpretation of it, is that there's an answer that's pre-given to them, and so you need to take the things that are close to that and accept them and throw away the things that don't match it. That's not what a weighted mean is. This is what a weighted mean is.
Yeah.
If on day 1 you take 10 measurements, and on day 2 you take 5 measurements, and you're going to average those 2 days together. You don't give them equal weight. You don't take day 1 plus day 2, divide by 2. You take day 1 plus day 1 plus day 2, divide by 3, for example. That's a weighted mean. Another way to do a weighted mean is to say, well, we did a measurement on this day, or a group of measurements on this day, but the weather was not optimal, right? It was hot when we looked through the telescope, things were wavy, it wasn't awesome. The next day we came back, we did it again, the measurements were, or the conditions were much better. So we're going to give the day that had better conditions a higher weight.
A higher weight.
We're going to say, well, even if they're identical numbers, you'll say, all right, well, day 2, we're going to give it a weight of 2. Day 1, we're going to give it a weight of 1. Yeah, well, that's how you do a weighted mean.
Yeah, but based on his whole implications of what he's talking about is, yeah, we know the answer, right? And we're going to throw out these outliers. These outliers are gone because they don't match what I want it to be. And here's the average, right? Here it is. Oh, look, it average matches the globe now because I got rid of all these flat Earth measurements.
All the flat Earth measurements. All right, so Icy Spin sent me a link to the after show. So yeah, I think I was watching this after show. I think this is where he specifically challenged me to a celestial navigation debate and then instantly backed out. So, all right, here is.
That was a super chat during the debate. That's why. Someone asked when he was going to debate you about it.
Oh, okay. So, all right. So here is Icy Spin. Cue this up for me. Let's see what he says here.
Name it. Asking him to come on my show. I told MC Toon I'm not debating him anymore. For one, I've debated him like 5 or 6 times. 2, I told him if he keeps talking about my children and my wife, then I'll never debate him again. And he kept doing it. So I told him to keep my daughter's name out of his mouth. He kept doing it, which is just disgusting.
I don't know when I've talked about his daughter.
Will Smith and you right now.
I mean, I suppose he could give the receipts like I've done, Witsit. When have I spoken about your daughter or your wife, Witsit? Just give the link.
I can't say you have or haven't, but you don't strike me as the kind of person that goes after people's kids.
I mean, people have mentioned, and I may have back to the references about how much time he appears to be spending on Discord and in other places when he has a relatively young child.
Yeah, but that's not talking about people's kids.
No, that's talking about his priorities.
It's talking about his parenting and his that's him. It's nothing to do with his kids.
Whole different thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I hope they're all great.
I hope they can all overcome the limitations they're going to have from their parents. But that's my opinion, not yours.
All right, let's see.
So that's why I don't debate him. FTFE, same thing. You talk about how CPS should come take my daughter and all this stuff. Then yeah, I don't have to debate you.
I never said that. Maybe Craig did. I don't know.
Craig would say something like that.
Yeah, I can see that. I don't know if he did or not, but right, that's a little more in line with the kind of stuff that Craig does.
Sure.
But now this what day was this? This was 2 weeks ago. So yeah, the chat replay.
I've completely embarrassed both of those people.
When?
So many times it's recorded. The whole internet's seen it. So act like
Well, give the receipts there, buddy.
I'm scared to debate them is insane. I don't know what physicist friend of yours you're talking about, but I literally prefer people with credentials because these anti-flat earthers on the internet, they have no academic reputation. They have nothing holding them accountable. They can just make stuff up. Literally, when I talk to
Like you?
physicists and astronomers and astrophysicists, I get 100 times more concessions.
Because they're not used to listening to the lies from flat earthers. That's why.
Yeah, that's 100% true. It's like talking to random people on the street about globe and flat earth. Yeah, you're gonna confuse them because they're not up on your bullshit.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Yeah, he doesn't want somebody that's wise to his.
No, don't debate someone who understands your tactics and talking points, right? That's crazy. Who was he talking about? Was he talking about someone specific?
That he has well, the only person that I know that has credentials that he's like debated is Professor Rob Parks.
Oh.
Right. And Rob does know, somewhat Witsit's, right? Not somewhat. He definitely knows Witsit's thing, but Rob hasn't gone, has duked it out with flat earthers like I have. So
right.
Doesn't have as much time into, knowing the responses and stuff like that. So, I mean, Rob is great, and has done well with when he has talked with Witsit. So let's hear a little more. See if there's more.
They're like, yeah, of course there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence with geocentric model. But no, a globe earther will deny that.
A kinematic equivalent with the... Oh my gosh. So did he bring it up? So he takes the globe for satellite orbits, right? He takes the globe, and then he had talked with the geocentrist PhD guy, right? So which isn't okay. You're gonna get concessions from him because he's an idiot too, right? Just because he's got credentials doesn't prevent him from being an idiot.
Right.
He thinks the Earth is stationary, but a geocentric Earth has mass. A geocentric Earth has the sun 150 million kilometers away, and a geocentric Earth applies the laws of gravity to orbiting satellites. Right. So, okay, yeah, I can say that a geocentric Earth, a satellite can orbit the Earth. I'll agree with that. Not a problem at all. But then Witsit talks to this guy and gets that concession from him. And then what? Well, then Witsit says, well, then you can just do a kinematic equivalence to flat Earth, which is just basically a projection. You project the three-dimensional coordinate space of the globe to a three-dimensional coordinate space of a flat Earth. That doesn't bring the physics, that doesn't bring the forces with it. You have to do the dynamics application. So what did he say? Kinematics and something else equivalence.
To physicists and astronomers and astrophysicists, I get 100 times more concessions. They're like, yeah, of course there's a kinematic and dynamic equivalence with
dynamic. There is not a dynamic equivalent. So dynamics is the study of mechanics when you include forces. There is no forces that explain orbits for flat Earth. There needs to be something keeping it up. You don't get centrifugal acceleration when you're just doing circles above a pizza.
Yeah, but he's intertwining geocentrism with flat earthism right now.
Yeah, he does that a lot.
Right.
He does that. Okay, so he mentions me again at 23 minutes. Icy Spin he's on fire tonight.
Get a negative result. This is the kind of debates I have with MC Toon, saying the double speak back to back. So I don't debate him because there's no point in debating him anymore. When I went on his show, he censored me and muted me 50 times and talked about my daughter. So that's why. So let's just get this story straight.
This is
No, it's just all facts that debunked all your lies.
Hold on 1 second. So if we're going to be talking, can we stop chest beating and sort of say, hey, I destroyed this person, I destroyed that person? Like if you're going to use these sort of personal attacks and this kind of debate bro style, I mean, why can't we do it back to you and point out some of the citations that you put up were from ChatGPT and they weren't even real citations, Witsit? Like if you're
More slander,
more slander, mud. Okay,
I'm going to call you out for everything you're lying about. So, okay.
Oh, they weren't from ChatGPT? Oh, this is great.
Citations right here.
No, I have to respond to the slander. If the people can lie about me and I can't respond, I'm going to drop off.
Time out for a second. Time out for a second.
Shut up, bro.
Let me bring back.
Yeah,
Oh, by the way, Globey, that guy on the top left there, that is MXXXD from Uruguay.
Oh, all right, nice.
So he's the guy. Let me.
Is he who was just talking with that accent?
Well, yeah. Yeah. Let me get this in the screen a little better here so you can see it. Okay.
Say that he's slandering
everyone. Silent. Let me bring it back to the show, and we can go into the open discussion later, and I can let you do this. But let's complete the format of the after show, and then we can go into the open discussion. Welcome, Toby, to the stage. Thank you for being here. Good to have you. We are going to ask this, and I will ask you. It's a bunch of us. Let's try to keep the answers short and sweet so we can get all the things I prepared, which are not many tonight. We can get through them, and then we can go into the open discussion for the final portion of the show. So, Dr. J, please take it away. What's your...
Okay, so in this very live stream, he did this later in the live stream. He did this chat. You see this, Globey? Did you fall asleep? Did Globey fall asleep? Or did the screen freeze? Oh, it looks like the screen froze. Okay, anyway, later in that very debate, Witsit puts this to me. After, yeah, what happened? Globey McGlobeface is missing. He's AWOL. All right, let me get that. All right. So he just said he wouldn't debate me. Then later he does this. He challenges me to debate on celestial navigation working on flat Earth. I'm like, oh, well, I would not be scared of that at all, Witsit. Immediately I say, sure, I'll give you star angle measurements. You show the process of getting a position without using the globe. That's it. That's how you debate celestial navigation. Here it is. Do it. And what's he do? Oh, he's like, oh, wait. The globers will all run and hide from satellite GPS and celestial navigation arguments. No, I'm ready. You know who's running and hiding? Witsit is running and hiding. And then here, after I said, well, let's here, I'll give you the navigation techniques, or I'll give you the star angle measurements, and you show the process. He says, your whole little game is just that you cannot use the map, my guy. The map. He wants to use a globe projection map to do flat Earth celestial navigation. Think about that for a second. He wants to use a globe projection map to do flat Earth celestial navigation, and that's the beef he has with my challenge. He's admitting that the Earth is a globe. If you have to use a globe map to do celestial navigation, it's because it's a globe. But it's even worse than that. When I do celestial navigation, I don't use a map. Right here. Here's the book. I'll show you the worksheet here that you fill out these the worksheets look like this. Here, I'll put it up on the big screen. Right, this is a snippet of it. You fill in this portion of the data on the worksheet, and you're going to wind up with a let me see if I can find it here. Are you back, Globey? There it is. Okay.
Yeah, I had to use my cell phone.
Oh, what happened?
My router just completely gave up on me.
Oh, okay. So when you do celestial navigation, I mean, there's other ways to do it than this, but this is the paper method that is often done on a ship, right? And you wind up with this right here. That's not a map. There's no North America, South America on that. This is a selection of latitude, longitude, and then you draw the intercept in here. There's no map used. It gives you get star angle measurements. You know the latitude, longitude of the star, which is ascension and declination, but it's latitude, longitude of where the GP of the star is. That's what you're given. And then and then you do the geometry, and it outputs your position in the latitude, longitude. There's no map needed, Witsit. But you see his complaint there? You missed the goods. In that debate that he was complaining about, where he said he would not debate me again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna get you up on the screen here so they can see when I switch to it. Later in that very same live stream, he drops this here. Are you willing to set up a debate about celestial navigation working on flat Earth? After he said he would not debate me again, he decided he would debate me again and throw out this bold, chest-beating claim. Oh, I'm not sharing that to you.
I don't know. What was the claim?
I'll share it to you. When you went away, the claim was hold on. Gotta update the screen now.
That's a clear request.
It is, yeah. So he very clearly wants to debate me on it. Okay, I gotcha. I did a video on it, and he's not responded at all.
What a shame.
What a shame. So I mean, he can't say it's because I talked about his daughter, because this was after he said he would not debate me because he claimed that I talked about his daughter.
Well, I mean, semantics.
Yeah. So that was 1:52 a.m., 1:53 a.m. I say, okay, I'll give you star angle measurements. You show the process of getting the position fixed without using the globe. And he's like, globers, right? The same minute, 53. Prediction the globers will all run from the satellite, GPS, and celestial navigation arguments. Nope. What we do see is we see Witsit running from already, a couple minutes later, running from the debate challenge he dropped on me. He only wants to talk about, do you want to specifically debate the 1 degree per 69 miles working on flat Earth? No, Witsit. I want to debate the topic that you suggested, doing celestial navigation on flat Earth. He doesn't want to.
Why did he change it so fast?
Why did he change it? Those goalposts moved so quick.
I mean, yeah, we can talk about that anyway. 1 degree per 69 mile, but why is he changing it?
Yeah. Well, because he knows he can't do celestial navigation. Even though he said he can. He knows he can't.
It's a weird thing, considering he literally said, do you want to debate this celestial navigation?
Yeah.
Let's say it.
Let's see. I'll see if I think I have the clip, because in that after show, man, he was so bold, so very bold.
But that was an after show of someone else's debate.
That was not after yours.
Wasn't.
No,
Right.
This was 2 weeks ago. Yours was 1.
Okay.
2 weeks. No, this was.
It was about 2 weeks
3
ago,
weeks ago. It was when this happened.
Okay.
And you debated
Gotcha.
him 2 weeks ago.
Right.
So let's see. Do I have?
4 hours I'll never get back in my life.
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
I think the best argument that MC Toon has is celestial navigation on a globe. Falls right in line with this whole like, oh, the sun can't be here on a flat Earth. So the whole 1 degree per 69 miles. That's McToon's best argument for sure. And unfortunately for all the Globers, we've actually completely mapped out celestial navigation and all the exact math that works and matches reality perfectly on the entire Earth at any location, including any position of the stars, the sun, and or the moon, based on your geographic position. So it's going to be a rough next couple weeks and following year for you guys because we literally have the exact perfect math to explain all of it.
Can you the chest puffing? They have all the math to explain it perfectly.
As long as you use 666 nanometers.
I mean, how bold is that?
Yeah, the audacity to claim he has all the math. After saying it's your best argument, but then immediately jumping to, we have all the math to map all that out and destroy everything you say.
Knowing, 100% knowing that he has nothing. That's that's the audacity. He has never done celestial navigation, yet he said that they can map it out perfectly. No flat earther has ever done it, right? He's looking at stuff from Gleam and from Shane, and he's working with Alan and Toby and some of these other people. None of them have ever once done celestial navigation. Yet he puffed up his chest, strutted around, claimed that they have all the math perfect.
So where did that leave off? He backed out immediately.
He has not responded. I tagged him on Facebook. I did a video on it. Nothing. So my next, when I was out of town, I didn't want to send the email to James to set it up because I was out of town. I couldn't just do the debate any day. So now I will. I'll drop that the screenshot here. Send this along because obviously James will be super excited to read this. For modern day debate, he'll be like, yeah, let's set it up, Austin, let's go. Right. So this was after the Pitch Lumen debate. Then a week later you debated him, right? Because he's scared to debate me. He makes up an excuse about why he won't debate me. No receipts.
That was weird, but he was quick to take a last minute debate.
Yeah. You jump into that one because he's never debated you before. It did not go well for him, but of course they still took the victory lap.
Oh, it doesn't matter who you debate; they take the victory lap.
Think about this.
It doesn't matter the outcome of anything.
Think about the parallel, right? Like they really do take the victory lap. But to do it like a real like race, where the race is done. The winner of the race did their victory lap, right? All the other cars finish, the race is done, except the straggler comes by, right? And there's nobody else around, right? The victory lap is done by the actual victor, right? And then the last place guy comes straggling across the finish line. He's like, yeah, nobody's here. And then takes a victory lap, the whole time cheering. All of his buddies are running along beside him. You nailed it, dude. That was awesome. The best ever. You totally screwed them. There, you can't even see them. Everybody went home already.
Jesus Christ. That's a great analogy.
Oh my gosh. Oh, Icy Spin's got another one at 3840. All right, let's see.
How is he multitasking this right now is what I want to know.
I don't know. Icy Spin is a man of many talents.
I'll give you a
When did I
turn
lie
right
about you?
after.
What did I lie about? I've been slandered now. What did I lie about?
Oh, okay. I'll go. Okay, so you pushed the lie from MC Toon. This is going to expose both you guys. This is
Okay,
awesome.
can we stop talking about MC Toon while he's
Oh
not
man,
here?
crazy man.
Mark,
I thought
Mark,
Like, just stop talking. You know, he's basically, yeah. I don't know. It's weird.
Austin reply and
Just personally attack people, sure.
Okay, so you lied about me, and it's a
About
lie
what?
that MC. I'm trying to say it. It's a lie that MC Toon put on his channel, and it came from Bryant and MC Toon. That I tried to put off ChatGPT papers as if they were real, and got busted for doing it. Now here's
See, I never claimed that. That's what's great. Witsit could just go review what I said about him. This is what I just love this. He is free to go actually see the things that I said about him. But he hasn't. And he's claiming I said things that I did not say.
Yeah, the straw man. Oh,
Oh, you're cutting out there. Your 5G is dragging.
Jesus Christ, dude! My router still booted it. I think it had enough of me. It will not reconnect.
Do you want? I could send this Nekia router. Do you want me to? Oh, it's just a switch.
Oh, I have one of those too.
Yeah, it's just a 5-port gigabit switch. So I don't know if it'd help you.
No, I think my Verizon BIOS.
Wow. All right. Well, Icy Spin says the best part's coming out of up. I'm gonna play it.
the actual truth of what happened. And think about how gross this is that you guys are still saying it. I went to ChatGPT to ask for additional papers regarding thunderstorm activity and gravimeters.
Wait. You went to ChatGPT asking for it? Hold on. Let's. I just want to make sure I understand what you actually did, Witsit. I guess someone's sending me some bad links or something. Still haven't figured it out.
Oh, that was the first story. Yeah. What's the second story is when the truth came out.
No, the first story is I have finally tracked down these papers.
Oh, sorry. That was the first story. What's the second story?
Right.
That's when it was ChatGPT mixed with real links sent, and he just got confused.
Yep. Second, I think I had them get all mixed up. It's a mess. Third story, and I guess someone's sending me bad links or something. Still haven't figured it out.
Oh my God.
Further story, I was trying to send you papers and you post them. Some narrative about how I had ChatGPT make up papers. Never did I say that. Right? This was
nobody said you made up papers.
This was a year ago.
ChatGPT.
This was a year ago. A year ago, he made that claim. In the years since then, he could have gotten the receipts, but he hasn't. So, if anybody, do go ahead. Bring this up again and let him lie more. Get him to lie more about what I said. The receipts are there. The video will cost him nothing to watch other than his time and some pain to face it. All right.
Because I couldn't find a couple that I had read before. It gave me a
I couldn't find a couple I read before.
List of papers, and I couldn't find them. I then went to Bryant Myers and said, hey, since you used to be a professor, do you by chance have access to a database that could find these papers? I can't find them anywhere. I can't verify them. Then he sent them to MC Toon, who then lied and made a video claiming I presented them as actual, real, legitimate papers.
When? Which video is this, Witsit? You lying, disgusting person, Witsit. Which video did I make that claim?
and I just didn't know it. And I was actually just randomly pasting things from ChatGPT and claiming they were real. Imagine how gross of a lie that is. And you guys are still saying it. And I've publicly corrected it 10 times. And
nobody is saying that, Witsit. Mark Reed didn't say that just now either.
You guys don't know what word salad is. Word salad is something that's incoherent, meaning that the words don't even like coherently. Nope. I can read the definition from Google, right? The literal definition is incoherent.
All right, 4151, he says, is the good part.
But the point, so you have to find a way to dismiss it.
Mark.
Okay, so for a start, I didn't get the list from ChatGPT from MC Toon. I don't really watch MC Toon. I don't really pay attention to him. Now, I was...
Oh, Mark Reed, come on.
Wow, that hurts at a deep level. A deep level.
Man, no. Mark, I love you, but you're off the Christmas list, just, you know, and I won't be giving you my extra ticket to the breakdancing competition at the secret NASA moon base anymore.
Maybe he was just trying to win it over a little bit.
Yeah, it could be. All right, let's go with that.
Watching the debate where you brought it up and tried to look for the citations when they didn't bring up anything. I was in the chat. Witsit. I was there when you actually brought them up, and I could not find these citations, which led me down the road of trying to find them. And them coming to nothing. And then later I found out about it. So no, I didn't get it from MC Toon. You are completely wrong. You're making a huge assumption. I was in the chat when it happened. So sorry, mate. That's not true.
MXXD is saying Mark redirected you to you today, though. Yeah, I'm kidding. Mark, I love you. You can still have that ticket to the breakdancing competition. I'm just kidding. Mark is a great debater. I like watching him.
I actually never got them from his website. I wrote them down after going back in the live stream and pausing it and writing them out. So you're wrong about that. I was in the chat, as I often am, as you're very aware. Now, word salad is basically just a shortcut. Yes.
All right. It's crazy. Witsit has built up this thing that he thinks I did by not watching what I did.
Yeah, because it's easier to defeat the straw man.
Yep. It's a perfect straw man. It's a perfect straw man.
Perfect straw man.
Yeah. He claims I said all these things that I never said, and then cries whenever anybody brings up not that. Right. Nobody ever says to Witsit that he claimed these papers were real. They bring up to him that he was using ChatGPT and lying about it, which we've proven again tonight.
And maybe he thought they were real, but that's what I'm, who knows?
And the part where he thought they were real, this first email right here, this is okay. Yeah. I don't have a problem with this at all, other than his crappy research. Right? Yeah. All he had to do was click the link and see that it doesn't exist. That's not paywall. He could have done one step deeper and downloaded the Journal of Geodesy, or the Journal of Geodynamics. These journals really exist. And these authors really publish papers in these journals. Right? Now, this collection of authors, in any of these papers might never have collaborated, but these tend to be actual authors that actually publish in these journals. That's what's really interesting about it. ChatGPT is doing what it's designed to do, give you an output that looks like what you want.
Yeah, well, that's kind of fascinating that it pulls some of factual information and then just makes it look legit.
Yeah. Now, if you ask it for something that does exist and it has information about it, then it can give it. But if you ask it for something that doesn't exist and you give it enough information, it will generate what it needs to make it look like it exists. That's what it does. So, all right. This has been 4 hours. Let's see, got some. Let me get some catch up on the super chats here. Blurfs don't know Trig. We've got Mr. E-Man gifted 5 memberships. Thank you for that. He does it again a little bit, so I'll talk again. Cretan Bull says, didn't Why You Are an Idiot change his name to Wotan? No, they're not the same. He's not Wotan. He sounds a bit like Wotan, but they're not. He's not the same. Randomly Epic is a member at Einstein. Icy Spin says, do go over DFE fake source emails from Witsit with Globey. There you go. I have. ZZ in OJ says, bring up big ups Globey. Great job exposing Witsit's grift. And that's a good point to you, Globey, because your treatment of Witsit stuff on TikTok is fantastic.
Thank you.
I've been out of town. I've not seen a lot, but today I poked in and watched a handful of yours, and it's always good to watch. You always start with Earth is not flat. Is that so that TikTok doesn't get confused?
I find that when I start with that, I get better engagement.
Okay.
Don't know why. I think it just it grabs people that don't know my face. It grabs them.
Yeah.
Right. If TikTok's showing them, if I just show my face in a video, my followers know who I am and whatever. But I think it seems to help when I do that.
Okay.
But yeah, that's the only reason why. But it's so easy to expose Witsit's bullshit. A little disappointed in you. You haven't been keeping up, but different story.
I mean, it's not as bad as Mark Reed did. Man, I gotta just to defend myself a little bit there. Birdham says, why can't Santos accurately measure in sheep units? Because from his perspective, they're undulating.
Oh, by the way, that phone call was fucking hilarious. I was watching that.
Have you heard this from Santos?
When I was a young boy, I grew up on the farm. I'm a country boy, and I used to fuck the cows and the pigs. I used to fuck the pigs, and the cows would come, and I would pat them and look into their eyes.
Oh,
I've heard that, and then please tell me that's edited.
The person that sent it to me said yes, it's edited.
Right. Because I wouldn't doubt it. Absolutely would not doubt it. But the phone call, your phone call to him was epic. Absolutely epic.
I gotta call him again. I gotta make a plan, because I wasn't expecting him to answer. Right when I had a little bit of a plan. Like I'll ask him about that topic, but then I'm like, oh, now what?
Yeah, it was pretty good. It was pretty good improv. Yeah, a plan would be better, but still, just to this day, completely amazed he was so openly willing to discuss drinking urine with a stranger on the phone. No idea who you were.
I didn't say my name. I didn't introduce myself. We'd never spoken before. It's just some guy out of the blue calls from a UK phone number with a non-UK accent.
Yeah, like he was just sitting on the couch watching Friends, and he's like, "Someone, ring, 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 ring. Oh, hey man, how do you store your urine before you drink it?" Which is that? Just
it gets better with age, like gold. Like no.
Like gold. Gonna age it like a fine wine.
Like, oh gosh.
Oh, like he has a cellar full of stuff.
Oh. All right. People are like, where can I find this? All right, I'll get you I'll drop the link. I'll drop the link.
How'd you guys miss?
What's that?
I said, how'd they miss this?
Oh. All right.
You know, I want to be a urinator.
You flat earthers are demented. Santos's astrology and syncretism is from the devil.
There's a channel. And somebody has a channel with these on it.
This morning, I went to the toilet.
So I had to put them onto MP3.
If you think after watching this that the earth is flat, then you're a degenerate.
That one is not edited.
No, really?
He misspoke.
Oh, he misspoke.
Right. Was it Freudian or not? I don't know. But that's actually what he said. But the way he says demented does sound like it's different, but the source video, that's what he sounds like.
He probably just realized what he was doing halfway through it.
I don't know.
I mean, I think I'm stupid.
I can't disagree. Yeah, it sounds... Yeah.
You know, I want to be a urinator.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Pat in the chat says, just popping in to say, hey, hope all is well. Gotta light a flurf. I met Pat. He came up, we went out to Applebee's. That was good.
That's a nice time.
Yeah. PhD Tony had already, I read it already, but he said Earth's radius is not defined to 10 significant figures because that degree of precision is physically meaningless. Yeah, 10 sig fig of the radius of the Earth is down to, a shovel of dirt, right? I don't know.
It's not meaningless when you're trying to back into a number.
Yes. Seriously, they cherry picked numbers with 6 and 7 significant figures. You didn't.
Yeah, they shouldn't even have shown that.
Like, you're only looking for 4, right? You're outputting the radius of the Earth in miles. It's 4 digits.
Right.
They could have just done 4. It wouldn't have been so obvious. But they're not smart enough. They don't know significant figures. They don't know how to do it. They don't know.
Well, they used 6 and they still didn't get the answer, so that tells you what.
Just like unless you really have done it a bit and really thought about it, you're like, oh, I'll take this number, I'll divide that by this. The calculator has whatever number of digits the precision of the calculator does, 8 digits. Okay, there it is. There's the answer. But I only input 2 sig fig. Your output can't be more precise than your input. They don't get that. It shows. It just shows their scientific acumen is so poor.
It doesn't matter if they get it because it's not to be right. Right? It doesn't.
That's
matter.
true. They're not trying, and if you read the whole thing, I read the whole thing that Life is Short put up, and it's all the claims that they did this, and we just have to think like they did to figure out how they did this, right? So he actually thinks that by cherry picking, how many? Hold on, I gotta. 1, 2, 3, 4. They cherry picked 4 numbers.
Yeah.
Right. Cherry picked the angular resolution of the eye. Cherry picked the wavelength. Cherry picked a 6-foot observer height, and cherry picked that observer can see a certain distance.
Yes, and the diameter of the pupil.
Well, yeah, that angular resolution embeds the diameter of the pupil. They didn't specify going in the diameter of the pupil. We can reverse the diameter of the pupil. But
yes, it's like 2.155 or something like that millimeters.
Yeah, but the blunder, right at the beginning, where they're like, and Witsit just read it without even understanding it. You actually look at the angular resolution limit of the human eye being about 1 arc minute, which is approximately between 0.02 and 0.03 degrees, and it's not.
Wow. I think your expectations are too high.
No.
I'm gonna switch right back over to my computer real quick.
Okay. Battle against misinformation says Flurfs can't honestly be this dumb. No matter how many I hear spew literal, unverifiable nonsense, how can you be drawn into Flurfism? Flapjack brains? I think. Are you back on your router?
Yeah.
It's a lot of psychological things that go on, and I think different Flurfs have different psychological reasons why they do it. Right? But there's a couple commonalities. They cannot do basic geometry.
Right. They cannot visualize 3-dimensional space.
Yeah. So that's the prerequisites. The other then is they have to have a conspiratorial mindset. Right? They have to be willing to accept the scope of the conspiracy that would be necessary. And you don't get there, you don't just get there, right? You have to have gone through a whole bunch of other ridiculous levels of conspiracy acceptance.
Yes. Well, it all goes hand in hand, right? But I think it goes deeper than that, right? Social media has really allowed these guys to have this community, right? That they didn't have before.
Well, yeah.
So they might be bad at math. They might be not bad at math, terrible at math.
Yeah.
Right. They might have all these inabilities to visualize things in 3 dimensions. But prior to that, it's just this conspiracy mindset that they're looking for something to justify. In my opinion, they're looking for something to justify the failures of their life. Plain and simple.
Yeah.
They're failing and they need someone to blame. They need someone to be hiding more lands past the walls that have free resources, and they're hiding. If only they could get there. If only they could get there, they could solve their problems, right? And I'm not going to work with my new friends I just found online. We're going to hold hands and we're going to work together to try to find these free resources. This is what's happening.
Well, I'm constantly amazed at their ability to lie.
Yeah.
Because here we have Stephanie McGuire, Flat Earther, in the chat, claiming to be an A+ geometry student.
A+ geometry student.
Yeah, and so tells
That's
me,
a lie.
Well, if you've been to college, do you get an A+ in geometry?
Not in college.
No, you get an A.
Yeah.
Or a B, or a C, or a D. There's no plus and minuses.
But she might have meant high school.
She had to mean high school because of the plus, right? Also, I don't know. Maybe there is a university that has a class called geometry.
Well, maybe she meant.
No.
I don't know what she meant.
It was high school, or before,
high school.
Right? High school. So
she didn't get an A+.
No,
doesn't matter if it was
not a doubt. So in Minnesota, high school in geometry is typically done your sophomore year. So that's yeah.
So she at least made it that far?
No, because you could not be an A+ geometry student and think that the sun could set over flat Earth. There's no explanation for it.
Well, you could be if you were cheating off the person next to you.
You could.
Yeah, see, you got to think outside the box.
Yeah.
I caught one of those fake electrical engineers just today. Was it today? Yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, on TikTok. Went to his bio. She's chatting about fleet, and first thing in his bio, electrical engineer. I think he said bachelor's in electrical engineering. No, he said electrical engineer. He said he was an electrical engineer in his bio.
Okay.
So I just, simply asked him, like, if you were going to do some circuit analysis, what techniques might you use? Right? A little more complicated than someone with a basic understanding might have, but still something he should absolutely know. Right? He didn't know. Didn't know what Ohm's law was.
You're not an electrical engineer. Let me read this. David Brock, a professor at a university, says plus minus grades are not uncommon at the college level. So they happen at the college level. Okay, I'll be corrected on that.
Not my college, but okay.
Yeah, it wasn't at my college either. It was a 4-point scale. You got they're just all integer values. So
by the end, so I left the live. I jumped in the live just to ask him those questions. And when I left, some people kept pressing him on it, and he eventually admitted that he never got his degree. He was a few classes short.
A few?
Yeah, and it was probably years ago, so he probably doesn't remember anything he even learned anyway.
Why would you put that in your bio then?
Nope, I don't know. Because that's the weird part, right? They think it's indoctrination, right? But then they appeal to the credentials. I don't get it.
Oh, they love the credentials. You heard Witsit.
Oh, well,
talking about he loves the credentials. He wants to debate people with credentials.
Yeah,
because they have consequences, like, right? Because he thinks he must think that people with credentials have to be in on it, and if they don't say the right answer, then they're getting in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, I always took it as he wants to be able to say he spoke to people with credentials.
Oh,
right?
Yeah,
that's all it is.
That's all it is.
If he gets one up on he can claim he got one up on someone with the credentials, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I beat this PhD in this debate. Yeah, did you?
So let's Stephanie McGuire, A+ in geometry. Here's a little challenge for you. I'll give you real numbers here. Miss A+ in geometry, right?
She's still at it.
She's still in there, yeah. Let's see. I'm looking for equinox. Oh, that's not it.
Horizon's View says Walter Bislin was in the comments of that debate.
Of which debate?
I don't know.
There it is.
The one you were just showing.
All right. So Stephanie McGuire, A+ in geometry. Here's the challenge. So if I measured an angle to the sun at 45 degrees north latitude, you ready? Of 22.5 degrees. Right? So I'm at 45 degrees north latitude. and I measure an angle to the sun of 22.5. How high is the sun on flat Earth? A+ in geometry, right? I'll type it out here.
She should have it already.
45. No. It take a little bit of time.
Maybe for a B+ student.
And this is that local solar noon. Do 22.5 degrees. You know, if you're not ready for the pop quiz, then it might take a minute. That's fine. I get that. But it's just a triangle calculator. I don't need you to do the trig by hand. You don't need to get a slide rule out. You don't need to grab the HP 48G that you definitely have, right? Because you got A+ in geometry.
Now you're just showing off.
Yep. You got it. All right. 410.
Got my TI around here somewhere.
Don't. I don't want to hear that.
Anna, you don't like TIs?
No, it's the HP right here, right there. This is it.
There she is.
That's it. That's all you need. All right. I did. At 45 degrees north, I measured the angle to the sun at local solar noon of 22.5 degrees. This is on the December solstice. So there you go. So you can determine how far away I am from the GP of the sun at that moment because it's over the Tropic of Capricorn. So, all right.
We still waiting for that? Where did she go?
A+ in geometry. A+ in geometry. So,
Should I have her TI?
there's the TI. I spent there's a programming language for this calculator card called RPL, Reverse Polish Language. And I got I spent a good deal of time writing software for it.
Come on.
Yes. In some of the classes that were less interesting in college, I would write software on there. I'd sit there with my calculator in class, typing out programs. Yep.
That's all right. I keep that news to yourself next time, though.
Why? It's a little nerdy.
All nerdy. You're nerding it out here.
All right. Well,
No, it's all right. Software was never my thing.
yeah.
So I make fun of you guys because I can't do it.
So yeah, I've taught my kid how to use this calculator to do math. So we'll see if it sticks, if it becomes the preferred method.
Nice.
You know what
I
I
like
haven't
it.
you know what I haven't noticed?
Any answers coming from the
I
A+
haven't
student?
noticed any answers. Yeah. It says lol, trig is not geometry. Since when?
I don't
When
know.
when did they evict trig from under the umbrella of geometry?
I missed the memo.
Wow.
This is from an A+ student.
An A+ student. So yeah, apparently the sun has no height. That's the thing. So Witsit, now he didn't, in the part I listened to so far, he didn't bring up Occam's razor, but he likes to bring up Occam's razor, right?
Yeah, I don't think he did in my debate anyway. But
the simplest explanation, or the one with the least assumptions, is the preferred one. But
except for the Southern Stars.
Yeah, what's the explanation for this the southern star? Oh, it's the azimuthal grid of vision. Really? Well, how does that work? Oh, I don't know. It's just 3 words that I like to say to get you off the scent.
Yeah, so there was a point in the discussion where I brought up the sunset angles, right?
Yeah, as they go left to right or right to
Yeah.
left, depending on your hemisphere. Yeah.
God, it's so simple, right? He appealed to Walter Bislin's dome model.
Yeah.
To answer why it works on a flat Earth. Mr. Fallacy, Mr. begging the question fallacy.
Yeah, that's the reification.
That's the definition of reification. Using this model made by someone who made it to show how stupid it was and how it couldn't work as proof of why it works on flat Earth. Unbelievable.
When they bring that up, and I've read some of their, like, the words that they use to coach people so that they know how to refute things like bendy light, right? This requires you're looking this way and you see a star that's actually there.
Right.
How did the light from that star come into your eye at this angle? It had to go somehow.
Yeah, it's not magic.
Yeah.
Unless they're invoking magic, it has to bend around. 100,
there it is. There it is. Stephanie McGuire, A+ in geometry, fails. Says, go ahead and laugh at me. You can't prove you're 93 million miles to the sun. See, the standard run, move the goalposts, lie about geometry, and then deflect, change the topic. There it is. But you know what I can do? You know what I can do, Stephanie? I can actually
answer the question.
I can actually address your sea lioning, and I can, as you say, prove the distance to the sun. Let me do it really quick for you right now here. In 1966, well, the first one was earlier, but 2 different times, people bounced radar off the sun. 1966, 1,000 daily radar experiments. They did that. So between 1961 and 1966, they did it. Here's the array, the radar array that they used to do it. Look at that. Look at that. Each of those are an individual antenna. Right? So that's what they used to send it at 38 megacycles per second, just 38 megahertz. Briefly, one radar experiment was performed by transmitting a coded signal toward the sun for 16 minutes. The round trip time, then receiving the echo response for the following 16 minutes. The average transmitted power is 500 kilowatts, and the antenna gain is 33 to 36 dB relative to isotropic. Right? That was one. This other one here, they gave a different number, which I'll cover in a second here, for how long it took for that radar to get to the sun and back. First publication says 1,000 seconds. The second one says 16 minutes, which is 960 seconds. Average that, we get 980 seconds, plus or minus 20. That's how long it took for the radar to bounce against the sun. Right? So when bouncing radar off the sun, it travels twice. So you just divide that in half. 490 plus or minus 10 seconds for the one-way time to the sun. Speed of light. A+ in geometry, you should be able to handle this. Right? Distances, velocity times time gives us 146 million kilometers, which is 93 million miles. So then I include the margin of error. So here we go. We have a range of 89 million miles to 93 million miles. So there it is, an actual empirical verifiable evidence. What does Witsit say? Let's see here. Hold on. Let's make sure we hear Witsit on this.
What do you mean by religion?
A belief system built upon the doctrine of men void of empirical verifiable evidence.
Okay, so this is empirical verifiable evidence that has been done. Something that no flat earther has ever done for the height of the sun. Never once has any flat earther ever done anything to identify the distance of the sun that's been able to be verified. This is two different times. This one and this one. Verified, repeated, twice. There it is. So, are you going to move the goalpost? You're going to sea line to a different topic? You see, I don't bluff. If I ask you to determine the distance to the sun over flat Earth, I've already done it for the globe, you diggleberry.
Was that radar projected in Euclidean or hyperbolic space? Boom, dunked on you. And what do you got? You got nothing. Dunked.
You know that one that they Witsit brought that one up a while ago, the Euclidean versus hyperbolic space, right? And this was a study based on, it was humans testing humans' ability to determine the distance to objects. They're standing out in this field here, and they're having them stand somewhere and point somewhere, and then guess how far away it was, and things like that. And so Witsit uses this paper and others, Caleb, to try to reject using instruments to measure distances.
Right.
So you can't use a theodolite to measure distances because we see in hyperbolic space, they say. But that exact study, how did they actually measure the distance between the observer and the object?
Don't tell me.
A theodolite.
Don't tell me.
It was a theodolite.
Oh my God.
So that's the first law of Flerf again. The citation debunks them.
Oh,
they're like, you can't use a theodolite because of hyperbolic space. Oh, well, how do you know that? This paper. Well, in this paper, they used a theodolite.
Right. Their other favorite term, common sense, right? That debunks them. I mean, are they literally trying to claim we can't measure from one distance to another?
Yeah.
Is that literally what they're claiming now?
Well, sometimes they're like, oh, look at this verse in Job, the book of Job.
Oh, that's true.
Where they're like, who can know the size of whatever? I don't know the exact quote. Like, well, Job didn't, but we can. It doesn't matter.
Who cares what Job said?
It all you've done is discredit the Bible. If that's what you're trying to hold the Bible up, it's not helping you.
No, I know, but my favorite part about this whole thing is watching them move those goalposts, right?
Oh yeah.
It used to be the sky proves flat Earth. Now we can't look up to measure the ground, right? None of them even reference the sky anymore. Some of them still reference Polaris because they're morons. But now it's what were we just talking about? Euclidean space, right?
Yeah.
What the hell were we just talking about? Oh, they used to say you can't measure the Earth, right?
Yeah.
You can't measure the curve of the Earth. And then when you show them curvature measurements, it's, yeah, we're going to come up with this other thing that prevents us from measuring.
Well, Witsit did it with you. He's like, well, that you didn't get the perfect globe prediction for the reciprocal zenith angle. Yeah, because the refraction, the unknown refraction value gives us, we have a margin of error there. That didn't help you though, because it also didn't give the perfect value for flat Earth. But when you compare the two, the globe was within a tight margin of error, and flat Earth was completely way out.
Yeah, one's very close, and one is non-existent in the conversation.
Yeah, Icy Spin has he understands this. Let's be honest. The game is what length will they go to moving the goalpost? That's it.
Yeah.
There's the show.
Yeah. If you can move the goalpost in the conversation all the way to God said so, that's the ultimate. I mean, you can't get any further than that, right?
Yeah.
Why the southern stars do what they do, I don't know. You can't question what God did. Okay. Perfect response.
Yep.
You lose, sir.
All right. So binge thinker said $20 super chat said towards MXXD's wrench fund. All right. I got it.
I didn't get it, but I don't think I want to get it.
Well, he wants to be a mod.
Oh.
Who wants him to be a mod? There we go. And MX Max said even early Christians took the book of Job as an allegory. Yeah, very likely. Emerson Biggins says, MC Toon, or Stephanie McGuire, MC Toon's question to you was the most basic trig that there is. Yes, I asked you to solve a triangle. You are free to use an online triangle solver.
Well, it took her 10 minutes to come back and say, stop making fun of me. She could have spent 3 of those minutes just Googling a triangle calculator.
All right. It's really not that difficult. You Google triangle calculator. There it is. Right? And you're like, well, what's the baseline? B. Well, that's the distance from Minneapolis to the Tropic of Capricorn, where the sun was at that moment. Well, what's that distance? Well, it's a certain linear value over the surface of the earth that people know very well because people have traveled the surface of the earth for centuries. It's 45 degrees to the equator and another 23.5, right? To the Tropic of Capricorn. That's 68.5 multiplied by 69 miles. Doing this all in imperial because Flurfs can't do metric. So there we go. So that's the value for B. This isn't hard. If you got an A, as you lied about, in geometry, this is geometry. You don't need to know the trig here. I'm not doing the trig, right? And now we know, so we got B. We know that there's a right angle there on the bottom left-hand corner, which we don't have to type in. Now all we need is that angle, alpha, right here, 22.5. So this is now going to give us the value for A, the height of the sun over flat Earth.
Yeah,
there
but
it
you
is.
can't have a flat baseline on a globe. So
this is hypothesizing flat Earth. There you go. 1,957 miles in elevation is how high the sun has to be over flat Earth to match observations from Minneapolis. Now, it won't match other latitudes. But let's ignore that for a second. Now, 12 hours later, where's the sun? Still over the Tropic of Capricorn, Stephanie. But the other direction. So, Minneapolis to the North Pole, 45 degrees. North Pole to equator, 90 degrees. Equator to Tropic of Capricorn, another 23.5. So we've added 90 to the previous value. Right? 158.5 degrees, which is 69 miles per. So multiply by 69. So now we're going to do 12 hours later. This is middle of the night. We know the distance because flat Earth is easy. 109.36.5. That's how far it has to be because it's opposite the North Pole. We don't know the angle though, but we know the height, right? What was the height? 19, right here. It's on screen. We'll take all the sig fig because why not? Why not take them all? Because we definitely put in that many significant figures. So now we're going to find out 12 hours later the flat Earth required elevation of the sun over flat Earth in the middle of the night. This is the farthest away the sun will ever be from me in Minneapolis over flat Earth. The sun must be, middle of the night, must be 10.149 degrees above the horizon. If you got an A in geometry, you don't need to run the trig. You don't need to solve the triangles. You just know, oh yeah, it's never zero. It's never negative. There's no distance away where that goes negative. It never happens. So anybody that has even the slightest ability to do geometry can look at this, do the actual trig, or just think about it for a brief minute and say, oh, that's not possible. But since you did not get an A in geometry and you don't have a clue about it, this is all baffling to you.
Yeah, that reminded me of us doing the Eratosthenes experiment on TikTok live.
Yeah.
Right. Assuming a flat Earth, just going based on your measurements alone, we got 4,600 kilometers for the sun height in South Africa and 5,500 kilometers for the sun height in the UK. And that was at the same time.
Yeah.
Right? Is the sun at different altitudes at the same time?
Nope.
I think not.
So here's where they then fail Occam's razor. Like, well, obviously it's something else going on. Well, yeah, a globe perfectly explains it. All these numbers work on a globe. But never mind that. Come up with some convoluted thing. Oh, it's the personal dome. Azimuthal grid of vision. These are just words, though. They're not actually like a testable hypothesis. How does it work? It just does.
The sun's not where it is when you're looking at it.
It's not where it is. It's somewhere else. Okay.
Yep.
How does that happen? Oh, it more words. Yeah.
All right, Toon. We missed a lot of stuff, but we can't do any more. It's 2 a.m. I gotta get out of here.
It is 2 a.m. I have a couple more super chats to read, but
yeah,
Globey, it was a good debate. The part I watched, I'm gonna finish watching it. But
don't hurt yourself.
I will listen to it on double speed, so Witsit sounds 4 speed, and you sound double speed. So
yeah, I mean, we didn't hit the part where he's talking about Kip's rocket launch.
Oh, I did see portions of that.
Yeah, he just claimed it was the curvature rate was changing the entire time, right? Went with the whole rectilinear lenses still curve, horizontal lines, like the all typical shit. When I pulled up Walter Bislin's curvature calculator, right, to show the expected curvature matches and everything. Yeah, but he still not that pretty good.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah, we didn't go over his references for his Michelson-Morley stuff, but we kind of talked about it. But
yeah,
if anyone wants to go hurt their brains, go check it out. But anyway, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you. All right, we'll see you later.
All right, man. Be good.
I'll try.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so we got Max as a wrench now. So Burnham says listening to Austin is like listening to someone trying to impersonate Boomhauer, Dale, and Bill at the same time. King of the globe. Yep, he doesn't mumble enough for Boomhauer, but the nonsense words, they're there. PhD Tony says they say there's no such thing as perpetual motion. We just need to We just need to be able to convert flurflies into energy. There it is. He added a P to there. Mistyped it. Yeah, That would solve the global energy crisis. Otto said Uncle Ron knew all of this. Then Mr. E-Man gifted another 5 memberships. And then he said, and I said I'd get back to this, then he said, and now MC Toon Live has another 5 members. I had a total of 10 from you, so thank you very much, Mr. E-Man. Bill Tetley said, hey, Globey, sending you some L.I. Love Scio set in the house. Should have read that when he was here. But thank you on his behalf. The Sun Express is witless being disingenuous. I'll start over. Witsit being disingenuous again. Papers getting pulled primarily happens for one reason. Incidentally, also the perfect reason why such papers can be safely ignored. Witless pushing BS. Yeah, papers do get pulled, and so Andrew Wakeman's a good example of that, right? The peer review process is not perfect, but it is self-correcting as much as possible. And so when Andrew Wakeman falsified evidence for his what he thought was he's the guy, he would be one of the guys that said that the medicine for the sickness that was going around for the last 4 years, he was one of the people that said that would make people ill. Specifically, it would give children autism. That was his claim, but he falsified data. So when people do that and it gets found out, then there's repercussions, as there should be. And to my knowledge, he lost his credentials for it, as it should be. Unfortunately, people still reference him. So Hillhugger is a member for 2 months. Thank you, Hillhugger. Marcus Wynn for $10 says, I used a video game to prove how planets work. It was epic. Yeah, so every once in a while, a flat earther will demand a model. Okay, well, they'll put up like a picture of the eclipse, like the out of scale diagram of the sun and the moon and the earth, usually showing how the shadow can be smaller. They're like, they don't get scale. They don't get any of that stuff. So they're like, well, show me a 2-scale model. Like, okay, here it is. It's not interesting to look at a 2-scale model of the solar system, because if you have it all on screen at one time, the sun is a couple pixels big and the earth and moon have to be, less than 1 pixel. It's not something that scales well in a representation like that. But there are scale models of the solar system built in physical reality, where somebody has a basketball sized sun and then you walk some long distance to get to Mercury. I sent that to a guy. He didn't even look at it. He just nuh-ud it. Which, when you just blanket deny evidence, that's a win. Just for me, just so you know, flat earthers. When your nuh-uh is a win. I'm trying to get that from you. I win. Check. You did a nuh-uh. You denied actual evidence. Right? I ask you for evidence. You deflect to something else. Check. I win again. I made you look bad by not being able to provide evidence for your claim. Right? When Witsit is asked for a measurement of flatness and he's like, planar surveying. That's not a measurement. Yes, it is. Check. You lied about it being a measurement. Check. You didn't provide a measurement. I win again. It's not hard. It's easy to debate you guys, right? Stephanie says, I ain't got an A+ in geometry. Okay, do the simple geometry thing. Can't do it. Check, you lied. So, I never get this. Khwarizmi, algorithm says, have you watched the video that describes how flurfs derived their flat earth math version of 69 miles per degree? If so, can we expect a rebuttal? Yes, you can expect a rebuttal. I've seen some of that. Yeah, how they did it. It's not too much different from this. It's just newer. It's fresher, I think. Mark Beiser says 2 celestial poles equals flat geometrically impossible. Flat geometrically impossible. Yeah. So if anybody got an A+ in geometry, then 2 counter-rotating celestial poles will show very trivially that it's not possible. So Gibberish 001 says, love your work. Don't be discouraged. Nerd out more. Well, thank you. I don't get discouraged. I've never been like nerdy, but I've been nerdy. In college, I studied electrical engineering and computer science. I spent more time with the engineers, less time with the software engineers, the computer science guys. They were a bit more nerdy. So Frigid Point says, gotta go now. I'm off to a meeting kicking off launching new satellite next year. See you next stream, MC Toon. Thank you, Frigid Point. So I'm gonna do this. So I was gonna debate or have a conversation with David Beverly. I'm gonna do that maybe this weekend, and then this Ben somebody from Facebook, and then look at this, Bryant Myers enjoying this show. Remember, I did a whole video documenting the emails and his lies too. He sent that an hour and a half ago. Thanks, Bryant. He was following along. Bryant has he's gone off to do other things, but every once in a while we chat a little bit. So I miss having him kick around. He's a lot of fun. I scouted yesterday a few spots around where the eclipse is down in Texas there. So I will hopefully be cementing where that's going to be soon. If anybody's interested, it's tough. There's no hotels. You're not going to get a hotel. So if you can't figure out, if you're not close and you can't figure out lodging, then it's going to be difficult. So, and then I will be traveling after the eclipse. I'm going to go that next weekend to Colorado. I'm going to be speaking at Will Duffy's church on Saturday night, hoping to get a debate with the Flat Earther. And then Sunday morning, I'm going to be doing a presentation there. If you're in the vicinity of Denver, it's at Wheat Ridge is the town. Then you can stop by. You're invited to come to either or both of those. Again, I don't have a Flat Earther yet to debate. Nobody has stepped up, but I'll be shaking some trees to try to find that. This stream is officially longer than Dune. So am I streaming there, says IC Spin? Where am I? Will I be streaming the eclipse? Probably not. These are small towns. They don't have a lot of cell phone infrastructure, and I would have to do any live streaming through my cell phone. So the one town in the Sulphur Bluff, I did a speed test and it was super slow. And there's going to be other people around, so it's going to be congested. The cell traffic is going to be congested. So I don't think I'll be able to do a live stream of the eclipse. There will probably be a lot. So, but I'm going to record what I can. Will I be live streaming when I'm at Will Duffy's church? Will does videos of they do videos there. So will it be live streamed? I don't know yet. We haven't nailed that all down yet. So, but for the eclipse, yes, I will probably. I'm not certain what exactly I'm going to do, but I'll probably record on a phone. And I'm going to keep. I checked with Joe Hill, that I can use his camera until after the eclipse, and then after that I'll get it back to him, return it to him, his P1000. So I will be recording the eclipse with the P1000. Not exactly certain what I'm going to be doing yet, but if you have ideas about how to do it, I have a solar filter. So what would be the right way to do it? So Emerson Biggins says, here's, oh my goodness, this is A+ in geometry singing a song for us. All right, hold on, here we go. Stephanie, you posted it. I'm just gonna play the audio.
Row, row, row your boat merrily down the stream.
He forgot.
No, life is but a dream. Why can I not remember that song? Row, row, row your boat.
Seriously?
down the stream.
Why did you post this,
Merrily,
Stephanie?
merrily, merrily, life is but a dream. Really? Really?
Yeah, really.
I just, you know what? When I get to the other side of this world, and I met with some omniscient source, energy, ultimate divinity that tells me that somehow or another I chose to go through all the stuff that I've gone through.
All right. Thanks for singing, Stephanie. She's a better rapper than me, to be fair. All right. Anyway, there you go. That was A+ in geometry. You can't do geometry. Can't do basic geometry. Can't do day one trig. Anyway, people, thank you very much. Thank you to members, patrons, super chatters, everybody that just follows along, comments, and shares this out everywhere. I hope to get a debate with Witsit on the celestial navigation topic that he challenged me to soonly. Will he? Who knows? We'll see you later. Here we go.
MC2, drop that beat.
All right. Let it flow. Let yourself go. So I know that is the tempo.
So, yeah, let's do this.
Let's do this. Yo, it's MC2, the debunking tycoon. I shatter flat earthers, make them face the moon. Your attempts are decent, but they'll swoon in the face of my logic like a deflated balloon.
Oh, MC2, the one to soon cartoons. On your real stage, send it first to their dues. Your theories are like old brews, sweeping ignorance or just spreading the views.
FDFB stands for fumbling the facts, evidently. I drop truth bombs so splendidly. Your approach is soft, mine's unrelenting. I bring the science while you're just venting.
MC2, the flipping with silver spoons. I have the pseudoscience to make them change their tune. You're the sidekick, I'm the room. When it comes to debunking, I'm the room.
But hey, FTFE, we share the creed to educate and debunk, plant the seed. Though in this rap, it's clear indeed I've got the upper hand than word and deed. All right, hold on a second. The Zoom call died. Everything died. No.